I will never look at the world the same way after this. Or I will show you how to get the best travel tips of your life. This month at Curious Cove, we explored the wonders of our world. From the intricate lives of creatures to the marvels of nature, the world never ceases to amaze. But that's not all. We also took a thrilling journey through the evolution of human innovation. Imagine the advancements in travel, from classic modes to cutting-edge technology, and the excitement of exploring new horizons. And for those who love a little glamour, we revealed fascinating stories about influential figures. Plus, we uncovered the secrets behind timeless trends. Whether you're enchanted by imaginative realms, curious about historical events, or eager to try new experiences, Curious Cove has something for everyone. So hit that subscribe button and join us in exploring the wonders of our world. See you next month with more exciting discoveries.
Forget snakes on a plane. How about otters and a prairie dog in your pants? Security at Bangkok's airport spotted a suspicious bulge in a traveller's boxers. After a strip search, they found 2 tiny otters and a prairie dog, stuffed into black socks and taped to his underwear. These aren't just cute critters. Otters are vulnerable and prairie dogs are endangered. The man now faces serious charges under 3 different Thai laws. Thailand is a hotspot for illegal wildlife trafficking. Just months earlier, someone smuggled an otter, a rat and 28 turtles, with some escaping mid-flight. So next time you see a wiggly waistband at the airport, maybe, just maybe, it's not socks. If you enjoyed this story, comment and subscribe for more wild news.
I'm sure you've heard the rumor. German Shepherds are brainiacs. But just how smart are they? Let's break it down. German Shepherds rank #3 in doggy IQ, right behind Border Collies and Poodles. They can learn a new trick in 5 tries and listen the first time 95% of the time. That's better than most humans. These pups are so bright they solve problems, sense your mood, and need a job like guarding your snacks or herding your family into one room. But beware, their brains need exercise. Bored Shepherds invent hobbies like redecorating your couch. Give them puzzles, training, and lots of love, and you'll have a furry Einstein with a heart of gold.
I bet you didn't know NYC's rat problem is basically built into the city. More people, more trash, more rats. Let's break down why the Big Apple is also the big rat trap. New York packs over 8 million people into a tight space. That means tons of trash, literally. Rats love food waste, and NYC dumps out about 12,000 tons of garbage every day, much of it sitting on sidewalks overnight. For rats, that's an all-you-can-eat buffet. But it gets better for the rats. The city's aging subways, sewers and old buildings are full of cracks, tunnels and cozy corners, perfect for hiding and nesting. Constant construction, that just shakes rats out of old homes and gives them new places to explore. Plus, New York's Norway rats are tough. They can squeeze through tiny gaps, survive crazy falls and even swim for days. Add in warmer winters and rats can breed year-round. The city is fighting back with rat-proof bins and fines, but with so much food and shelter, New York's rats aren't checking out anytime soon. If you enjoyed this, do like, comment and subscribe for more curious tales from the city. What would you do if a killer whale tried to hand you a snack? Yeah, that actually happens. Okay, here's the scoop. Wild orcas, the big brainy pandas of the sea, have been caught offering food to humans. Not just fish, sometimes squid, seaweed, even a turtle. Scientists studied 34 surprise snack attacks over the last 20 years, from California to Norway. The best part? Humans weren't even asking for it. These orcas just rolled up, dropped their catch, and waited to see what we'd do. In fact, some orcas tried again, if people ignored them. So what's up with these oceanic foodies? Maybe they're trying to bond, since orcas love sharing meals with friends. Or maybe they're just curious, or playing, or testing if we're as picky as we look. One thing's for sure, orcas are super social, smart, and possibly the world's most generous dinner hosts. So next time an orca offers you sushi, would you say yes, or just say thanks, but I'll pass on the raw fish? Think pit bulls are scary? Let's find out why they're more misunderstood than monstrous. Back in the 1800s, pit bulls were bred for dogfighting. Yep, that's where the tough guy image started. Even though those cruel sports are history, the stigma stuck around. Thanks to sensational headlines, any dog attack suddenly must be a pit bull. And some cities even ban them based on looks, not facts. But here's the truth. Pit bulls aren't born mean. They're actually loyal, loving and super affectionate. Most problems come from poor training or neglect, not the dogs themselves. So let's judge pups by their hearts, not their headlines. If you enjoyed this, comment and subscribe for more myth-busting videos.
Why does nobody warn you that pugs are both the world's cutest clowns and the most high-maintenance roommates you'll ever have? Are you prepared for the hilarious chaos of pug life? Let's find out. First, the pros. Pugs are affection magnets, seriously. They'll follow you to the bathroom just to give you moral support. Perfect for apartments, they don't need a backyard or marathon walks. And if you want a live-in entertainer, pugs have a PhD in goofiness. Plus, their short coats are easy to groom and they play well with kids and other pets. But there's a plot twist. That adorable snore, it's because their squished faces can cause breathing issues. They overheat easily, need their wrinkles cleaned, and are prone to health problems, so yes, your vet will know you by name. And training? Think stubborn toddler in a dog suit. Pugs, a hilarious, loving handful. But if you're up for the challenge, the laughs and snuggles are totally worth it.
Am I the only one who didn't know Boston Terriers could snore louder than my grandpa? Seriously, why doesn't anyone talk about their hidden quirks? Here's what you need to know. First up, the pros. Boston Terriers are natural charmers. They're friendly, playful, and love cuddling with literally everyone. That tuxedo coat, always stylish. Plus they're small enough for apartments but sturdy enough for kids. Now the cons. These little guys can be stubborn. Training takes patience. And yes, they snore loudly. Their short noses mean possible breathing issues, especially in heat. Also, if you want a jogging buddy, look elsewhere. Boston Terriers tire out fast. But honestly, if you want a loving companion with a big personality in a small, snuggly package, Bostons are hard to beat. Just be ready for some snores and a lot of laughs. Would you bring one home? Let me know in the comments.
Hey guys, did you know baby flamingos aren't even pink? They're grey. I know, mind-blowing, right? So how do they get that fabulous pink look? It's their diet. Those tasty shrimp and algae are basically nature's pink dye. It's like they're eating themselves. Fabulous. Next time you see a flamingo, remember they're walking "you are what you eat" billboards. Hit subscribe for more flamingo facts. I promise, no shrimp required. Amit Wainui, the record-breaking alpaca, aged 27 years and 185 days as of July 6th, 2025. Born on January 2nd, 1998 on an alpaca farm named Hawthornden, lives in Wainui Bay, New Zealand. Wainui's got more birthdays than grass. Life of luxury. Wainui's longevity is credited to his pampered lifestyle. Access to shelter all day, avoids rain by staying indoors. Eats whenever he pleases. Wears a cozy coat in winter. Lives peacefully with a goat named Barney and a sheep named Squeak. His owner describes him as a grumpy old man now, but in his youth he was the herd lookout, always perched on high ground watching over others. Just broke the world record for alpaca age. Why it's remarkable. Alpacas typically live 15-20 years. Wainui has surpassed expectations by nearly a decade. His record was verified with dated documents and photos. Would you visit him in New Zealand?
Emerging from the crushing blackness of the deep ocean. The deep sea dragonfish is a creature of nightmare and wonder. Armed with a light-producing lure that dangles like a fishing rod, and fang-like teeth so large they barely fit in its mouth. Its glowing barbel attracts prey like a neon sign in the abyss. Then strikes with jaws that open more than 100 degrees. Only 4 to 6 inches long, but built to withstand crushing depths, up to 5,000 feet below the surface. Found in tropical oceans worldwide. The deep-sea dragonfish, not just a monster, but nature's masterpiece. Like, comment and subscribe for more deep-sea mysteries. Deep in the pitch-black ocean, an octopus literally glows. Meet the deep sea's living lantern, Storoteuthis sertensis. If your octopus glows like a string of fairy lights, you're not dreaming. You found the glowing sucker octopus. Yes, it's real. And it's dazzling. It drifts between 500 and 4,000 meters deep, where sunlight never reaches. Body umbrella-shaped and almost see-through. Arms lined with light-producing photophores. Suckers pulse with blue-green light, twinkling like a constellation underwater. Why the glow? It's not just for show. Light helps it hide from predators. Light helps it attract dinner. Light maybe sends secret signals to neighbors. Arms can span up to 14 inches. Body flashes pink and purple. Pure deep sea wonder. Rare and mysterious. Storoteuthis satensis. Even in the darkest places, nature finds a way to shine. Would you dive down to see one? Like, comment and subscribe for more wonders from the deep. Exposing the secret source of golden retriever charm. Or should I say, the secret slobber. Let's dive in. First up, affection overload. Goldens are like furry shadows. Wherever you go, they follow. They'll greet strangers like long-lost cousins and cuddle with you like it's their job. Gentle? Absolutely. These pups have more patience than your Wi-Fi on a stormy day. But don't let that calm fool you. Zoomies can strike at any moment. They're smart, easy to train, and always eager to please. Perfect for first-time owners or anyone needing a new best friend. Golden retrievers, equal parts genius, goofball, and cuddle machine.
I don't think people understand just how powerful the Caucasian Shepherd really is. This isn't your average fluffy companion, it's a living legend. Bred in the wild Caucasus Mountains, these dogs were made to face wolves and even bears. So yeah, they're tough. Standing up to 30 inches tall and weighing up to 170 pounds, their thick coat shields them from harsh weather. Fiercely loyal and super protective, they'll guard family with their life. Yet they can be gentle giants with kids if socialized early. But heads up, these dogs need space, daily walks, and lots of grooming. Not everyone can handle them, and in some places they're even restricted. For those ready for the challenge, there's no guardian like the Caucasian Shepherd.
If you love dogs but hate vacuuming fur the size of tumbleweeds, or if your idea of yard space is a houseplant, this one's for you. First, Chihuahuas are the ultimate apartment buddies. Under 6 pounds and still think they own the place. They're smart little beans. Train them with treats and you'll have a tiny genius on your hands. Smooth-coated Chihuahuas? Grooming is a breeze. Long-haired? Okay, just a weekly brush, not a woolly mammoth. These pups are loyal cuddle pros. Expect a permanent warm spot on your lap. Plus, they can live into their teens, so get ready for years of sass. Bonus, they eat like birds, so your wallet will thank you. But don't hand them to toddlers. They're tiny divas with breakable bones and big opinions. Barking? Oh, they have thoughts. About everything. And careful with their food. Chihuahuas are picky little food critics. So, are you ready for a big personality in a tiny package? Like, comment, and subscribe for more fun facts.
This is why you need to think twice before bringing a pit bull to Denmark, or why your Dogo Argentino might need a lawyer in Spain. Let's talk about Europe's most notorious dog breeds. Across Europe, some dog breeds are banned or restricted like they're secret agents on a mission. Take the Pit Bull Terrier, famous for muscles and mischief but banned in places like the UK and Germany. The Japanese Tosa? Too tough for Denmark. Even the majestic Dogo Argentino gets the side eye in Spain and Denmark. Why? It's all about public safety, big dogs, strong jaws, and a history of being a little too good at guarding or fighting. Sometimes it's not a full ban, just muzzles in public or special doggy paperwork. So next time you see a boer bull in Denmark, snap a picture. It's rarer than a polite seagull.
If you're a curious critter about the animal kingdom, stick around. Today we're diving into the wild world of animal feminization. It's weirder and cooler than you think. So, what is feminization in animals? Well, it's when a male develops female traits, sometimes even changing sex entirely. This can happen because of genes, hormones, the environment, or even social drama in the animal world. Take the clownfish, for example. If the leading lady dies, the top male steps up, literally turning into a female. Wrasses do the opposite. The largest female can become male if the harem needs a new boss. And bearded dragons' hotterness can make genetic males turn female. Sometimes it's pollution, like the pesticide atrazine, that feminizes frogs, giving us a real-life science experiment gone wild. These changes show just how flexible and surprising nature can be, and they remind us biology isn't always black and white. Like, comment and subscribe for more wild facts. Am I the only one who thinks pandas could totally take over DC? Well, 12-year-old Ricky just built the proof out of Lego. Get ready for some serious pandemonium. Ricky's build, Pandemonium in DC, is stealing hearts and headlines. Picture this pandas lounging at the Washington Monument, riding the metro, and even trying on Lincoln's iconic hat. It took Ricky over 100 hours to pack in every joke, detail and bit of creativity. His creation just won the Mini Master Model Builder competition in Washington, D.C. Next stop, a trip to Denmark's Lego house, and maybe even the title of Global Mini Master Model Builder. Ricky proves that with a little imagination, you can turn famous landmarks and the whole world into pure Lego joy.
What if I told you the dolphins swimming off Florida's coast might be on something more than just fish? Scientists have found traces of fentanyl, meprobamate, and carisoprodol. Yep, real human medications, in tissue samples from bottlenose dolphins in the Gulf. How does that even happen? Well, these drugs don't magically appear. Most likely, they enter the water through sewage, runoff, or contaminated prey. Dolphins eat fish that have soaked up those chemicals, and just like that, their systems start showing traces. Even more surprising, some samples date back to 2013, which means this isn't a one-off. It's been happening for years. The big question, what does this mean for dolphin health and for us? Dolphins are top predators, so if they're exposed, it's a sign our waters are collecting more than memories from our beach vacations. So next time you think about what ends up in the ocean, remember, it doesn't just stay in the water. Give this a like if you learned something new and follow for more wild science facts.
I'm sure you've heard the news. 2025 is a huge year for sports cars. Curious, which models made the podium? Let's break it down. At number 1, it's the 2025 Chevrolet Corvette. Prices start at $68,300, and if you want the wildest Z06, it can top $184,300. Why is it number 1? Mid-engine V8, insane acceleration and handling that rivals exotics without the six-figure markup. The Corvette proves you don't need to be a millionaire to drive a supercar. At number 2, meet the 2025 BMW M2, MSRP $65,500. You get a twin-turbo inline-six rear-wheel drive and yes, a manual transmission. It's a compact rocket that's all about the thrill. Pure, raw and totally addictive for those who love to drive. And finally, number 3 is the legend, the 2025 Porsche 911. It's pricey, starting at $120,100 and soaring to $261,100. But nothing matches its rear-mounted flat-six and razor-sharp steering. The 911 is still the ultimate icon, blending luxury with legendary performance. Which one's your dream ride? Let us know below. If you enjoyed this countdown, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more automotive content. Want a car that's built for drivers, not just for looks? Meet the new BMW M2. Let's talk numbers. The 2025 BMW M2 starts at $65,500. Under the hood, a twin-turbo inline-six engine that roars to life and begs to be pushed. This beast is rear-wheel drive with a manual transmission option for ultimate control. Yeah, you heard right, stick shift fans. But it's not just fast, it's agile. The M2's compact size means it dominates corners and eats up track days for breakfast. Every inch is engineered for the purest driving experience, responsive, balanced and absolutely packed with personality. So why is it our #2 pick? Simple. The M2 is a driver's car, through and through. It's not about flashy gimmicks, it's about connecting you to the road, every single mile. If you crave that feeling where your heart races and your hands grip the wheel just a little tighter, this is your car. The 2025 BMW M2, compact, powerful, unforgettable. Would you take it for a spin? If you enjoyed this video, do like, comment and subscribe for more motoring adventures. Cheerio! If you're a speed junkie, you need to meet the new Corvette. This beast breaks the rules and the track. Here's why it's #1. Starting at $68,300 and stretching up to $184,300 for the top trims, the 2025 Corvette delivers jaw-dropping value. We're talking a mid-engine V8 that roars with insane power, especially in the boundary-pushing Z06. 0 to 60, blink, and you'll miss it. But it's not just about speed. The Corvette's precise handling lets you carve corners like a pro, whether you're on the street or at the track. Supercar performance, everyday price. No wonder it dominates the competition. Want to know what #1 feels like? Step into a Corvette and experience the legend. If you enjoyed this, do like, comment, and subscribe for more legendary rides. If you crave classic style but demand modern performance, the 2025 Porsche 911 is your ultimate ride. Ready to see why? Let's go. The 2025 Porsche 911 starts at $120,100 and can soar up to $261,100, but every penny is pure driving magic. Under the hood, a rear-mounted flat-six engine. That's old-school Porsche DNA with a modern twist. And the performance? Legendary. The 911's balance and razor-sharp steering make every corner feel like art. It's not just fast, it's refined, iconic and engineered for driving pleasure. That's why, even after decades, the 911 is still the benchmark in sports cars. It's more than a car, it's a statement. Number 3 on our list, but always number 1 in a car lover's heart. Would you put a 911 in your garage? Let us know in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment and subscribe for more automotive content. Cheers!
Everybody is looking for that next skincare hack. But what if your ticket to a radiant glow is just hiding in your freezer? Let's break down the Ice Cube Glow Challenge. This TikTok and Instagram trend has skincare lovers rubbing ice cubes on their face every day for a week. And the results? Smaller pores, less puffiness, and a real-deal glow. Creators like at Naruaj saw tightened skin, while Sock Meta documented boosted clarity and tone. Bonus: some use ice molds with aloe or green tea for extra benefits. Here's the trick. Wrap the ice in a thin cloth, limit each area to 1-2 minutes, and do it 2-3 times a week. Ready to chill out and glow up? Try it and share your transformation. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more tips.
I think I messed up. I used to pull up these leaves from my yard, not knowing they're packed with healing power. Let's set the record straight. Plantain leaf, yep, that weed you step over, is loaded with bioactive magic. It's been used for centuries to soothe digestion, calm inflammation, and even heal wounds. Packed with mucilage and flavonoids, it helps your gut chill out when things get rough, think indigestion or irritation. Plus, its natural compounds like aucubin and tannins boost your immunity and fight off infections. Got a cough or a scrape? Plantain's on the case, helping repair tissue and soothe your airways. And get this, it's now showing up in regenerative veggie capsules, sustainably grown, good for you and the planet. Ready to rethink what's growing under your feet? Plantain leaf is more than a weed, it's wellness regenerated. Like, comment and subscribe. Wish I knew fasting wasn't just a fad. It's a lifestyle backed by science. Here's what I wish I'd learned sooner about skipping meals. Fasting means taking a break from eating for a set time. Think 16 hours off, 8 hours on, or even every other day. Why try it? First, weight loss. Fasting helps you burn fat, curb hunger, and drop pounds naturally. Second, it boosts blood sugar control. Some even reverse type 2 diabetes. Third, your heart wins too. Lower blood pressure, cholesterol, and less risk of disease. Fasting may also cool chronic inflammation, ramp up growth hormone, and protect your brain. It even helps cells repair themselves, slowing aging in the process. Downsides? You might feel tired or moody, and it's not for everyone, but for many, fasting is way more than skipping meals. It's a game changer. If you enjoyed this, do like, comment, and subscribe for more quick health tips. I will never look at broccoli sprouts the same way after learning this. These tiny foods and a few simple habits could be the secret to staying younger, longer. Start with regenerative superfoods like blueberries, broccoli sprouts, and fatty fish. These nourish your cells and fight aging from the inside out. Try intermittent fasting. It activates your body's natural cleanup crew, clearing out damaged cells. Exercise, especially high-height or resistance training, supercharges repair and energy. Don't skip sleep. Those 7 to 9 hours are when your body fixes itself. Manage stress with meditation or nature walks and keep toxins like processed foods and smoking out of your life. And finally, stay hydrated. Your cells will thank you. Healthy habits, healthy cells. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment, and subscribe for more wellness tips. Why do so many people swear by dry shampoo? Is it really as good as the real thing? Let's break it down fast. Dry shampoo is a lifesaver when you're short on time. No water needed. Perfect after the gym, while traveling or for busy mornings. It soaks up oil, boosts volume, and can even help your blowout last longer. But here's the catch. It's not a true cleanse. It won't remove dirt or sweat, and if you use it too much, you could end up with build-up, irritation, or a dry scalp. Regular shampoo, on the other hand, gets your hair and scalp truly clean, removes product build-up, and comes in formulas for every hair type. But it takes more time, uses lots of water, and can sometimes leave hair dry if you overdo it. So, dry shampoo for quick fixes, regular shampoo for a deep clean. Want tips for picking the right dry shampoo or how to avoid build-up? Drop your questions below. Like, comment, and subscribe for more quick hair tips.
What I wish I knew at the start of my wellness journey. Ashwagandha isn't just a trendy supplement, it's centuries old and science-backed. Here's why it might deserve a spot in your daily routine. Ashwagandha, also known as Indian ginseng or winter cherry, has been a staple in Ayurvedic medicine for thousands of years. But what does it actually do? Science now shows ashwagandha can help lower stress by reducing cortisol, your body's main stress hormone. It's also linked to better sleep, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. Need a brain boost? Early studies show it supports mental clarity, focus, and memory. Athletes use it for better strength and faster recovery. Plus, it may help balance hormones, support testosterone, and even regulate blood sugar. How? The secret's in its withanolides, plant compounds that help your body adapt to stress without feeling wiped out. A quick note, ashwagandha is available in capsules, powders, and gummies. Most people take 250 to 600 milligrams a day, but it's not for everyone. Always check with your doctor, especially if you're pregnant or on thyroid meds. Curious? Ashwagandha could be the wellness boost you never knew you needed.
What if one plant could boost your health and heal the earth? Let's talk about moringa. Moringa oleifera is a superfood packed with vitamins A, C, B6 plus calcium, iron and magnesium. It's an antioxidant powerhouse, fighting oxidative stress and inflammation, supporting heart and liver health, and may even help regulate blood sugar. Some studies suggest moringa might suppress cancer cell growth, and it's a great digestive aid too. Just stick to 1-3 teaspoons of powder a day and check with your doctor if you're unsure. It's potent stuff. But moringa isn't just a health hero. It restores degraded soil, grows fast with little water, and even purifies polluted water. Add fresh leaves to curries, blend the powder into smoothies, or try seeds in salads. That's moringa, the miracle tree for you and the earth. Like, comment, and subscribe for more nature wonders. Everybody knows the name. But what is Arm & Hammer? Spoiler, it's not just for baking. Let's break it down. Arm & Hammer is a classic American brand owned by Church & Dwight. It all started with baking soda, the stuff that cleans, deodorizes, and bakes cookies. But that's just the beginning. Today, Arm & Hammer has a massive lineup: laundry detergent, scent boosters, toothpaste that uses baking soda, and even deodorants, both natural and regular. Got a cat? Their litter is famous for epic odor control. They even make all kinds of cleaning products, from moisture absorbers to washing soda. And here's a fun fact. The iconic logo is inspired by Vulcan, the Roman god of fire and metalworking, not a guy named Arm & Hammer, despite the rumors. Next time you see that box, remember it's the ultimate multitasker in your home. Like, comment, and subscribe for more fun facts.
You need to hear this if you're a gun enthusiast. Ever wondered where America's favorite firearms come from? Here's the rundown. First up, Smith & Wesson, legendary handguns and rifles from Massachusetts. Next, Colt in Connecticut, famous for the classic M1911 and AR-15. Remington, now in Georgia, is all about reliable rifles and shotguns. Ruger, affordable, dependable, and made in Connecticut. Don't forget Mossberg, pumping out iconic shotguns since day one. Barrett in Tennessee, home to the powerful .50 cal sniper rifle. For ARs, check Palmetto State Armory and Bear Creek Arsenal. Want something unique? American Guncraft's Diablo pistol. And Faxon Firearms, Cincinnati made with a lifetime warranty, all proudly American. If you enjoyed this, like, comment, and subscribe for more.
I bet you didn't know the world's hottest pepper can melt more than just your mouth. These chilies aren't just spicy, they're legendary. Ready for the Scoville showdown? Kicking things off at number 3, the Komodo dragon from the UK. Don't let its name fool you, it's got a sneaky sting. With a peak Scoville rating of 2.2 million, it starts off fruity. But after 10 seconds, boom, the burn hits. At number 2, the infamous Carolina Reaper, also from South Carolina. Once the world record holder, this pepper packs up to 2.2 million Scoville units. It tricks you with a sweet, fruity flavor, then unleashes a face-melting heat. You've probably seen it in crazy spicy challenges. But at number 1, the reigning champ, Pepper X. Created by Ed Curry, this monster tops out at an insane 3.18 million Scoville units. It's slow building, brutal and earthy, definitely not for the faint-hearted. So, which one would you dare to try? If you enjoyed this spicy showdown, like, comment and subscribe for more fiery facts. You need to hear this if you're a spice daredevil. Ever wondered what the world's hottest pepper tastes like? Let's talk about the Carolina Reaper. How hot is hot? The Carolina Reaper can hit a wild 2.2 million Scoville heat units. That's up to 440 times hotter than your average jalapeno. Born in South Carolina by Ed Curry, this beast is a cross between a Pakistani Naga Viper and a red habanero. The flavor, shockingly fruity and sweet, right before it unleashes an inferno that lingers and builds. For a decade, it ruled the Guinness World Records as the world's hottest pepper. Its look, small, red, bumpy with a wicked scorpion tail. The Carolina Reaper, it's not just a pepper, it's a rite of passage for true chili heads. If you enjoyed this spicy adventure, do like, comment and subscribe for more fiery facts.
I'm sure you've heard the news. That fancy water you're grabbing off the shelf? Spoiler alert, it might just be filtered tap water. Here's the shocking truth. About 64% of bottled water in the US actually starts as municipal tap water. Big brands like Aquafina, Dasani, Lifter, and even Nestle Pure Life. They take tap water, run it through purification steps like reverse osmosis or UV treatment, then slap on a fancy label and sell it for way more than it costs at your faucet. Essentia and Propel? Same story. Municipal water, filtered and enhanced to sound special. Even Kirkland, Costco's own brand, uses a mix that often includes tap water. Here's the kicker. Bottled water companies don't have to meet the same EPA safety standards as your regular tap water. So next time you reach for a bottle, remember, you might just be paying for what's already in your kitchen sink.
I don't think people understand just how insane the world's hottest pepper really is. Exposing the brutal truth behind Pepper X, this isn't just hot, it's a whole new level of pain. Recognized by Guinness World Records in 2023, Pepper X is officially the hottest chili pepper on the planet. Created by Ed Curry at Puckerbutt Pepper Company, this beast averages 2.7 million Scoville heat units. Some have hit over 3 million. For context, that's over 1,000 times hotter than your average jalapeno. Forget ghost pepper or Carolina Reaper. Pepper X leaves them all in the dust. But here's the wild part. Under all that fire, there's a fruity and floral flavor hiding. It's the secret sauce in ultra-hot condiments like the Last Dab experience. But be warned, eating just one can mean hours of agony. Think uncontrollable sweating, cramps, maybe even lying in the rain like Ed Curry did. So, are you brave enough to face Pepper X? Like, comment and subscribe for more spicy stories. You need to watch this if you think you know spicy. Today we're diving into the Komodo dragon pepper, Britain's answer to the world's hottest chilies. Ready for a delayed blast of heat? Let's go. The Komodo dragon pepper isn't your average chili. Developed in the UK, this fiery beast packs a punch of up to 2.2 million Scoville heat units. Yeah, that's up to 880 times hotter than a jalapeno. But here's the wild part. It starts off with a sweet, fruity flavor. Then, after about 10 seconds, the heat explodes in your mouth and just keeps building, catching even spice lovers off guard. It looks as wicked as it tastes. Slim, twisted red pods, just about 2 inches long. Perfect for hot sauces and wild salsas. But trust me, use gloves and goggles and don't go overboard. The Komodo dragon pepper, for those who want to play with fire and survive to brag about it. Like, comment and subscribe for more spicy stories.
If you're a coffee lover, you'll love this. Here's why your daily brew beats tea health-wise and taste-wise. First up, coffee packs more antioxidants than tea, helping your body fight those pesky free radicals. It's also been linked to a lower risk of diseases like Parkinson's and type 2 diabetes. Plus, caffeine in coffee can boost your energy, sharpen your focus, and even lift your mood, perfect for tackling those tough mornings. And let's be honest, nothing beats the rich aroma and bold flavor of a fresh cup of coffee. Sure, tea is great, but if you want a health kick and a taste explosion, coffee's your winner. So next time someone asks, tea or coffee? Now you know the smarter choice. Cheers!
If your salad looks dull and sad, you're missing out on the real power greens, kale and spinach. Here's why your body and the planet will thank you. Both kale and spinach are nutritional powerhouses, packed with iron for energy, strong immunity and healthy blood. Just 1 cup of spinach gives you up to 30% of your daily iron needs. They're also fiber-fueled, helping your digestion, stabilizing blood sugar and keeping you fuller for longer. The vitamin game? Kale is loaded with vitamins C, A and K for glowing skin, tough bones and a stronger immune system. While spinach brings folate, magnesium and antioxidants that fight inflammation. And here's the kicker, when you choose regenerative certified blends, you're not only nourishing yourself, but you're also helping restore soil, capture carbon and support a healthier planet. Go green for your body and the earth. Like, comment and subscribe for more healthy tips. If your potato chip looks like glass, you're not in a fairy tale, you're in the clear food craze. From see-through sodas to ghostly gummies, let's dive in. Crystal Pepsi hit shelves in the 90s, a soda that looked pure but tasted confusing. It fizzed out, but nostalgia brought it back in 2015. Then there's Clear Coffee, invented for coffee lovers who fear stained teeth. It tastes like cold brew, but your eyes won't believe it. Chef Hamid Salimian's transparent potato chips look like shards of glass, but crunch like the real deal. Yes, you can make them at home. Japan's raindrop cake melts in your mouth like a giant dewdrop. And Clear gummy bears take mystery flavor to a whole new level. Why the obsession? Clear foods feel pure, futuristic and fun, because sometimes what you see isn't what you taste. Like, comment and subscribe. Why did Pepsi own 17 submarines and a warship fleet? No, this isn't a movie plot. It's one of the wildest stories in business history. Back in 1959, Pepsi made a splash in Moscow. Richard Nixon handed Khrushchev a glass of Pepsi. Khrushchev loved it. Pepsi became the first American product sold in the USSR. But the Soviets couldn't pay in dollars. They traded Stolichnaya vodka for Pepsi until sanctions in 1989. Faced with a cash crunch, the Soviets offered a fleet of military ships. Pepsi accepted the offer, owning a surprising fleet: 17 submarines, a cruiser, a frigate, a destroyer worth $3 billion. For a moment, Pepsi was the world's 6th largest navy. They sold the ships for scrap and proved soft drinks can make serious waves in world history. If you enjoyed this story, like, comment and subscribe for more quirky history facts. Ever wondered how your daily wash is turning into a science-backed eco-movement? The soap and detergent industry is going through a total glow-up. Think science meets sustainability. Forget harsh chemicals. Today's products are packed with prebiotics, probiotics and barrier-protecting ingredients to keep your skin's microbiome happy. Fragrance-free is in, and natural allergen-free options are everywhere for sensitive skin. Plus, washing up is now self-care, with stress-relieving bars and aromatherapy blends making routines feel like rituals. On the eco-front, refillable bottles and biodegradable wraps are replacing plastic, and non-toxic plant-based soaps are winning fans. Tech is making waves too. Enzyme-powered detergents clean better in cold water, and AI platforms let you customize scents, ingredients, and even packaging. The best part? The global market is booming, fueled by urban living, hygiene awareness, and demand for greener cleaning. So next time you lather up, remember, you're part of a clean green revolution. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe for more clean green insights. If you crave bold flavors but love a good backstory, you're in for a treat. The ancient spice trade is experiencing a modern revival. Here's why foodies everywhere are talking about it. Centuries ago, spices like pepper and cinnamon crossed continents, fueling exploration and even empires. Fast forward to today, those same flavors are exploding in popularity, but with a modern twist. Health trends have us seeking turmeric and cinnamon for their wellness benefits. Adventurous eaters are craving exotic, single-origin spices and experimenting with global recipes. Meanwhile, farmers are embracing sustainable and fair trade practices, making every sprinkle a little more ethical. Even historic trade routes like Indonesia's Straits of Malacca are buzzing again as spice hubs. Thanks to online shopping, small producers now ship fresh, flavorful spices worldwide, right to your door. So next time you cook, remember you're part of a global revival, savoring the flavors that shaped history. If you enjoyed this journey through the spice trade, Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more flavorful stories.
If you love ancient mysteries, listen up. The secrets behind the Egyptian pyramids aren't what you think. Ready to be surprised? The first pyramid, Djoser's Step Pyramid, rose around 2630 BCE, evolving from flat tombs called mastabas. Soon, pharaohs kicked pyramid building into high gear, most famously at Giza. But forget those Hollywood myths. These massive monuments were crafted by skilled workers, not slaves. Teams of builders lived nearby, with food, housing, and even healthcare, all funded by Egypt's mighty pharaohs. Why the pyramid shape? It symbolized the sun's rays, helping the king's soul soar to the afterlife. Over centuries, designs shifted, from step to bent to the iconic Great Pyramid. Today, they're a lasting tribute to ancient ambition, innovation, and belief.
Moscow streets meet Southern fried chicken. KFC brings a taste of America to Russia. KFC made a splash in Moscow after the Soviet era, serving up its classic fried chicken right near hotspots like Nikolskaya Street. Think modern interiors, self-service kiosks, even outdoor seating. East meets West with a side of fries. The menu? Original recipe chicken zinger burgers, local twist like beer regional sides, just for Russian tastes. But not everyone was a fan. Reviews were mixed, and by late 2024, some KFCs shut their doors, caught up in the bigger changes facing Western brands in Russia. So, is it goodbye to American fast food in Moscow? Only time will tell. Like, comment and subscribe for more stories like this. Why are there not more people talking about Hollywood movies behind the Iron Curtain? This is going to blow your mind. Only 41 American films made it into Soviet cinemas. Let's peek behind the screen. Hollywood films in the USSR were a rare treat. Just 41 made it past strict censors, often with heavy editing and Soviet-approved dubbing. Titles like The Grapes of Wrath were allowed for their critique of capitalism. Comedies like Some Like It Hot slipped through for laughs, but bootleg VHS tapes spread blockbusters underground, fueling film clubs and a secret love for Western pop culture. Meanwhile, Bollywood dominated Soviet screens, with hundreds of Indian movies aligning better with Soviet values. Hollywood fascinated Soviet audiences, offering a forbidden glimpse of the West. If you enjoyed this, do like, comment, and subscribe for more fascinating stories. If your first aid kit is just a box of bandages, you're missing out. Here's what you actually need inside. Let's get into it. First up, bandages and gauze. These cover wounds and stop bleeding fast. Next, antiseptic wipes. Use these to clean injuries before you patch them up. Gloves are a must for preventing infection. Never skip them. Got a CPR mask? That's for safe resuscitation, just in case. Tourniquet? That's your go-to for severe bleeding emergencies. Tweezers help remove splinters or debris, way better than using your fingers. Burn cream takes the sting out of minor burns. Pain relievers? Always handy for headaches or sprains. An emergency blanket keeps someone warm and helps prevent shock. And if you've got severe allergies, an EpiPen can save your life. Check your kit. Do you have all of these? Stay safe and stay prepared. Like, comment and subscribe. 104 snakes in his pants? Border agents stunned. What I wish I knew before crossing the border. What I wish I knew before crossing the border. Don't bring snakes in your trousers. Don't bring snakes in your trousers, especially not 104 of them. At China's Fujian port, a man tried sneaking from Hong Kong with 104 snakes stuffed in his pants. Seriously, he had 6 tape bags hidden in his pockets, packed with milk snakes, corn snakes, Texas rat snakes, many illegal and non-native. Customs officers were stunned finding a rainbow of slithering reptiles. Smuggling exotic animals is banned in China to protect native wildlife and public health. If you get caught, you're facing serious legal trouble, and nobody wants a snake surprise in their shorts. If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe for more wild stories.
Am I the only one who finds their keys in the fridge? Or starts 5 tasks and finishes none? Welcome to the world of ADHD and ADD. So what's the deal? ADHD stands for Attention Deficit/Hyperactivity Disorder. It's like your brain's got 37 browser tabs open, and you lost the mouse. Added? That's just the old name for the inattentive type. No bouncing off walls required. Whether you're losing your wallet blurting out at dinner, or crushing snacks at 2 a.m., ADHD makes everyday life interesting. The trick? Embrace the chaos. Color-coded planners, 5-minute breaks, and a lot of reminders. And hey, remember, ADHD isn't a flaw. It's just a different operating system.
Why do grown adults spend $20 on a jar of glorified goo? Because slime is the weirdest, squishiest trend you never saw coming. And honestly, it's kind of genius. Let's talk slime. It's not just sticky fun for 5-year-olds anymore. Nope, adults are all in, collecting, trading, even joining online slime parties. There's butter slime that spreads like frosting, crunchy slime that crackles like cereal, and clear slime so glittery it's basically unicorn tears. But wait, it gets weirder. Slime ASMR is a thing. People literally listen to the squish and stretch to relax or fall asleep. Some creators even sing to their slime for emotional release. And yes, custom slimes can cost up to $20 a jar. From stress relief to sensory therapy, slime is oddly satisfying. And maybe, just maybe, you'll want to try it too.
So, are you ready to get gooey? Like, comment and subscribe for more oddly satisfying slime adventures.
You need to hear this if you've ever wondered just how fast America's waistline is growing. The stats, they're as real as your last snack. Buckle up, let's rewind to the early 2000s. About 30% of American adults were classified as obese. Fast forward to the 2020s, and that's jumped to over 42%. Severe obesity, it's nearly doubled. Now affecting 1 in 11 adults. It's not just grown-ups. Childhood obesity climbed from 13% to more than 19% in the same span, a staggering 50% increase. Why the surge? Sedentary lifestyles, ultra-processed foods, and city designs that make walking a chore. It's a perfect storm for weight gain. If you found these stats as jaw-dropping as your cheat meal, smash that subscribe button for more eye-opening facts.
This is going to blow your mind. Ever heard of an emperor who released snakes on his guests? So let's talk about Emperor Elagabalus, the Roman ruler who made reality TV look tame. Picture this. You're at a gladiator game, cheering on your favorite fighter, when suddenly snakes are released into the crowd. Yep, that was Elagabalus's idea of fun, but wait, there's more. Elagabalus was famous for his extravagant feasts. Imagine being invited to a royal banquet expecting a delicious meal, only to be served wax or rubber food. Surprise, you can't eat that. And if you think that's the end of his antics, think again. Elagabalus loved pranks. He'd set up golden pillows in guest rooms, but when you went to lay down, they'd burst open and cover you in flowers or feathers. So there you have it. A Roman emperor who turned the empire into his personal playground. Emperor Elagabalus, the original prankster of ancient Rome. Do be sure to like, comment and subscribe for more absolutely wild tales from history, won't you? Cheerio. Think bananas and soda are harmless? Think again. This combo is a recipe for chaos. Here's how the challenge works. Step 1, scarf down 2 bananas. Step 2, chug a can of Sprite as fast as you can. The goal, try not to turn into a human volcano. So why does your stomach revolt? Bananas have proteins. Sprite brings in bubbles. When they meet in your warm belly, it's like a science fair gone wrong. Foamy chaos, bloating, and let's be honest, a high chance of projectile regret. Is it deadly? Nope, just really messy, super uncomfortable, and kind of embarrassing if you're caught on camera. So before you chase viral fame, ask yourself, do you really want to go bananas for Sprite? If you enjoyed this fizzy chaos, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more wild challenges. Are you baffled by botany? Get ready to have your fruit facts flipped. Yep, you heard right. Bananas are berries, but strawberries aren't. Wait, what? Let's break it down. To be a true berry, a fruit has to develop from a single flower with 1 ovary. Plus, it needs 3 fleshy layers and seeds inside. Bananas check all those boxes. Those tiny black specks. Yep, seeds. Mind blown yet, but strawberries? Nope. They grow from a flower with multiple ovaries. And their seeds are on the outside. What a rebel. Technically, they're aggregate fruits, a bunch of tiny fruits mashed together. And get this, tomatoes, avocados and cucumbers. Berries. Blackberries and raspberries. Not berries. They're aggregates too. Talk about a fruit identity crisis. So, next time you munch on a banana, remember, you're eating a berry. And that strawberry? It's just a delicious, sneaky imposter. Stay curious, fruit fans. If you enjoyed this fruity fact, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more mind-blowing science. Are you shocked to learn Barbie isn't just Barbie? I'll never look at her the same way after finding out her real backstory. Get ready, Barbie's life is way more interesting than you think. Barbie made her debut way back in 1959, but she's more than a fashion icon. She's a cultural powerhouse. Created by Ruth Handler and inspired by her own daughter, Barbie was designed to let kids dream big, not just play house. Her full name? Barbara Millicent Roberts. And she's from the fictional town of Willows, Wisconsin. But Barbie isn't just about style. She's had over 200 careers. From astronaut, before NASA landed on the moon, to president, veterinarian, and even computer programmer. She's been a role model for everything from STEM to social activism. Over 1 billion Barbies have been sold. She's starred in movies, books, and video games, and she's even won awards for her impact on pop culture. Barbie keeps evolving, showing us all that you can dream and be anything. So what's your favorite Barbie moment? Let me know in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment, and subscribe for more fascinating stories. Stop thinking birds need gravity to gulp. Birds have a secret superpower in their throats. Let's see what really happens when a bird swallows. Here's the real deal. Birds don't just let food slide down their throats. They use a process called peristalsis. Those are strong wave-like muscle contractions in their esophagus that push food and water down, even if they're upside down or mid-flight. Sure, most birds tilt their heads back when they drink, and it like gravity is helping. But species like pigeons and doves, they can actually suck up water without tilting at all. Since birds don't have teeth, they use their beaks, tongues, and throat muscles to move food along. Then a stretchy esophagus and a tough, muscular gizzard take over to grind and digest. So next time you see a bird take a sip, remember, gravity's just a bonus fuel. Their bodies are built to swallow anywhere, anytime. If you enjoyed this, do like, comment, and subscribe for more fascinating facts. Think you can eat a slice of plain white bread in under 60 seconds? Sounds easy, right? Spoiler, it's way harder than you think. Alternate opening. Are you brave enough to face the bread? Why does a simple slice turn into the ultimate chew-off? Let's find out why everyone's failing the bread challenge. So here's the viral bread challenge. 1 slice of plain white bread, no water, no toppings, and just 60 seconds to finish. Easy. Ha! Think again. The moment you start chewing, bread turns into a dry, doughy blob that soaks up every drop of saliva. Suddenly, your mouth feels like the Sahara Desert. You'll chew and probably start questioning your life choices. And just when you think you've got this, the clock is ticking and you're racing against your own jaw. People say it's like eating a sponge, and honestly, that's the best case scenario. Beware, expect crumb explosions, surprise laughter, and a new respect for toast. Think you can beat the bread challenge? Prove it, and tag a friend who thinks they can out-chew you. Like, comment, and subscribe. Am I the only one who didn't know you could sell breast milk online? Turns out moms everywhere are cashing in, sometimes up to $1,000 a day. Yeah, you heard that right, a day. Here's the scoop. In the US, moms with extra breast milk are turning it into a gig economy jackpot. Who's buying? Other mums who can't produce enough, adoptive parents, and, get this, bodybuilders. Because apparently, nothing says gains like a protein shake from the source. Some fitness fanatics are dropping $2 per ounce for the most anabolic supplement. A nurse made $800 in one day. Another mum sold over 7,000 ounces in under a year. She's raking in $1,000 a month and calls it empowering. But heads up, experts warn adult benefits are more hype than science, and unregulated milk can be risky. Still, for some mums, it's not just about the cash, it's about pride, empowerment, and maybe a little extra shopping money. Now that's what I call milk money. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Ever seen a bull ditch walking and try to ride a scooter? Buckle up, because this is wild. Picture this, a busy street in India, people going about their day, when suddenly a bull spots a white scooter just sitting there, minding its own business. But this isn't your average street bull. Nope, this guy marches over, climbs onto the scooter, and literally tries to ride it. Head down, hooves on the move, he pushes the scooter forward like he's training for the world's weirdest road race. People are staring, some are laughing. Even the cows must be thinking, wow, Gary, you've really outdone yourself this time. The bull's joyride ends with a not-so-smooth crash into a wall. But don't worry, the bull just walks away cool as ever, like scooters. Been there, crashed that. This viral moment perfectly sums up why Indian streets are full of surprises. Where else do sacred animals become unexpected comedians? So next time you park your scooter, check for bulls, because you never know who's ready for a joyride. If you enjoyed this, like, comment, and subscribe for more hilarious moments. If your brain feels like a browser with 50 tabs open, this is for you. Imagine hitting reset without touching a single button. Ready for the Silent Hour challenge? Here's the deal. For 1 hour each day, unplug, no phone, no talking, no distractions, just you and silence. Sounds simple, right? But that quiet is where the magic happens. You'll notice your thoughts, your emotions, even the world around you like never before. It's a brain reset, clearing out mental clutter and sparking new ideas. Sure, you'll feel FOMO, maybe a little restless at first, but by day 7, you'll crave that silence like chocolate for your soul. So, are you in for the Silent Hour challenge? If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe for more mindful moments.
This is why you need superhuman taste buds. Because today, we're talking about the wildest garlic-eating world record ever. Patrick Bertoletti from the USA holds the Guinness World Record for the most garlic eaten in 1 minute. 36 cloves all raw, all real in just 60 seconds. Think about it. Raw garlic is spicy. Think about it. Raw garlic is pungent. Think about it. Raw garlic can seriously burn your mouth. Garlic contains allicin, which brings the heat. Too much of it can leave you with epic garlic breath, a burning stomach. This record is more than speed. It's about insane pain tolerance determination, a love for garlic that's basically heroic. Would you try it?
If you've ever felt something strange at the base of your neck, you're not alone. You could be part of a rare club with a hidden extra rib. Around 1 to 8% of people are born with this surprising twist, an extra rib near the base of the neck known as a cervical rib. It's a tiny bone that grows above your first rib, sometimes on one or both sides. Most people with a cervical rib never even notice it, but in rare cases, it can press on nerves or blood vessels, causing pain, tingling, or numbness in your arm or hand, a condition called thoracic outlet syndrome. Doctors usually find a cervical rib by accident during an X-ray or scan for neck or arm pain. If it's causing trouble, treatment could be as simple as physical therapy, but sometimes surgery is needed. So next time you're feeling your neck, remember, your body might have a little extra surprise.
What I wish I knew before trying the cinnamon challenge. It's way more than a spicy dare. Here's what you're really signing up for. So, the cinnamon challenge. Sounds simple, right? Just swallow a spoonful of ground cinnamon in under 60 seconds, no water allowed. But as soon as that cinnamon hits your mouth, it's like instant desert dry, dusty, and impossible to swallow. Cue the coughing, cinnamon everywhere, and a mad scramble for relief. On the pro side, sure, it's a viral internet classic and your friends might get a good laugh. But the cons? Way worse. Coughing fits, choking, and if you accidentally inhale cinnamon, it can lead to lung inflammation or even a collapsed lung. In 2012, Poison Control Centers got over 100 calls about this stunt. Some teens ended up in the hospital. So, is it worth risking your lungs for 5 seconds of viral fame? Maybe leave this challenge in the past where it belongs. If you enjoyed this video, do give it a like, drop a comment and subscribe for more. If you love quirky trivia, this one's for you. Meet Clay Henry, the beer-guzzling goat who became the mayor of Legitas, Texas. In 1986, during a snowstorm, some stranded businessmen held a mock election at the Thirsty Goat Saloon. Bill Ivey, a local, nominated his goat, Clay Henry, to run against a Houston outsider. Guess what? The goat won. As mayor, Clay Henry's office was a pen next to the Legitas trading post. Tourists would feed him beer straight from the bottle. He'd grip it with his teeth, tilt back, and chug like a pro. This made Legitas a quirky tourist attraction. Clay Henry Sr. started a goat dynasty, with Clay Henry Jr., the third, and IV following in his footsteps. Sadly, Clay Henry Sr. met his end in a drunken brawl with his son. Politics, huh? Today you can see Clay Henry's stuffed remains at the trading post. His legacy lives on in postcards, travel guides, and the hearts of trivia lovers everywhere. Cheers to Clay Henry, the goat mayor with a taste for beer. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more quirky tales. Why do so many people think Cleopatra hung out with the pyramid builders? Spoiler! She missed them by thousands of years. Here's the real timeline, and it's wild. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built around 2500 BCE. Cleopatra? She ruled Egypt in about 50 BCE, over 2,000 years later. So if you lined up history, Cleopatra lived closer in time to us walking on the moon in 1969 than to the building of those giant pyramids. In fact, for Cleopatra, the pyramids were ancient wonders, already over 2,000 years old, just like they are for us now. Imagine visiting a place that's as old to you as the pyramids were to Cleopatra. Mind blown, right? History isn't just dusty old facts. It's a crazy timeline that loops and surprises us. Next time you picture Cleopatra, don't put her next to the pyramids. Picture her looking back at them in awe, just like we do. And remember, the past is closer and weirder than you think. And if you found this rather fascinating, do be a good sport. Like, comment and subscribe. Jolly good show, old chap. Foodies, listen up. Got a big appetite and a bigger sense of adventure? The 72-ounce steak challenge is calling your name. Here's the deal. You sit down at a diner, they plop a 72-ounce steak in front of you, plus sides, because why not? And the clock starts ticking. You've got 1 hour to conquer the meat mountain before you. That's over 4 pounds of pure steak. But this isn't just about hunger. It's a test of endurance, strategy, and pure willpower. Winners walk away with bragging rights, a free meal, and sometimes even a spot on the wall of fame. Losers? Well, let's just say the meat sweats are real. So, do you have what it takes to defeat the 72-ounce beast? Or will you tap out after just a few bites? Either way, it's one legendary food adventure. Would you try it? Let us know in the comments. Like, comment, and subscribe. I bet you've never heard of this gut-friendly experiment. Eat only one food per meal. Seriously, let's see what happens. So here's the deal. For 3 to 7 days, you pick a whole food, bananas, sweet potatoes, and make that your entire meal. Why do people do it? It gives your gut a break, may ease bloating, helps you tune in to what your body really likes. Downside, food boredom is real, but you also start to truly appreciate each bite. Social dining gets tricky, but you might just discover your one true food love. Would you try the mono meal challenge? Like, comment and subscribe for more gut-friendly experiments. You won't believe what people in England do for cheese. Get ready for the wildest race you've never heard of. Spoiler, it's delightfully bonkers. Every year in Gloucestershire, England, people line up at the top of a super steep hill, all for one reason: to chase a giant wheel of cheese. When the cheese gets rolled, it races downhill at breakneck speed, and so does everyone else, tumbling, sliding, and basically turning into human bowling balls. Injuries? Oh, plenty. Everything from bruises to broken bones. But the winner, they get the cheese and bragging rights for life. Why do they do it? Tradition, thrill, and let's be honest, everyone loves cheese. So next time you think your family's traditions are weird, remember, somewhere in England people are literally risking everything for dairy glory. Would you chase the cheese? Let us know in the comments. If you enjoyed this, do give us a like, drop a comment, and subscribe for more delightfully odd traditions. Did a bathtub really cross the channel in 1914? Stop thinking you need a fancy boat for adventure. Someone once took a wooden bathtub and an oar to the English Channel. Here's what happened. In one of history's weirdest stunts, a guy in 1914 set out to row from England to France using a literal household bathtub. Armed with an oar, a life jacket, and a lot of optimism, he hoped to prove even your bath could conquer the world's busiest waterway. Spoiler alert, strong currents, a wobbly tub meant he didn't get far. But newspapers went wild for the story. Finally, something fun before World War I hit. Decades later, others tried too, like Tim Fitzhigham, who pulled it off in a copper tub. So next time you see your bath, remember, sometimes the best adventures start with a splash of absurdity. Like, comment and subscribe for more quirky history. If you think modern birth control methods are weird, just wait till you hear what the ancient Egyptians used. Spoiler, it's way grosser than a little pill. So, way back in ancient Egypt, women mixed crocodile dung with honey and used it as a contraceptive. How? They'd actually insert this lovely combo as a pessary. The idea was that the mixture would block and maybe even kill sperm thanks to its acidity. And get this, modern science says, well, it might have actually worked, at least a tiny bit. But let's be honest, between the smell, the texture, and, the fact that it's crocodile dung, it's not exactly something you'd find at your local pharmacy. So next time you complain about modern birth control, just remember, at least it doesn't involve hunting for crocodile droppings. History, it's full of surprises, and sometimes questionable choices. If you enjoyed this video, do give it a like, leave a comment, and subscribe for more fascinating history. If you think string instruments have always been high-tech, think again. Before metal, musicians relied on something much weirder. And trust me, It's not what you'd expect. Let's rewind a few centuries. Back then, there were no shiny metal wires for violins, harps, or guitars. Instead, people used something called catgut. But don't worry, no cats were harmed. Catgut actually comes from sheep, cows, or goats. The guts were cleaned, stretched, and twisted to make strong, flexible strings that could sing. Why guts? Well, metal was rare and expensive. But animal guts, plenty of those. And believe it or not, gut strings gave instruments a warm, rich sound musicians loved. In fact, some classical musicians still prefer them today. So next time you listen to a beautiful melody, just imagine someone in history was literally making music from guts. Who knew playing the violin could be such a gut feeling? If you enjoyed this, do give us a like, drop a comment, and subscribe for more fascinating facts.
If you think hay fever only happens on Earth, think again. Moon dust made an astronaut sneeze. Here's what happened. Back in 1972, Apollo 17 astronaut Harrison Schmitt went to the moon. But he brought back more than just moon rocks. He got a case of lunar hay fever. After walking on the moon, Schmitt breathed in tiny moon dust particles that stuck to his spacesuit. When he took off his helmet, he started sneezing and his eyes watered. Just like a classic allergy. Scientists were shocked. No one expected moon dust to cause hay fever. Turns out lunar dust is super fine and sharp, way different from dust here on Earth. Luckily, Schmidt's symptoms didn't last long, but now we know, even in space, allergies can find you. So next time you sneeze, remember it could be worse. You could be allergic to the moon.
What I wish I knew before bragging about my authentic Italian Caesar salad. Turns out, the truth is way more interesting. Okay, so picture this. It's 1924 and Prohibition is in full swing in the US. Americans are flocking across the border to Tijuana, Mexico, looking for a good time and good food. Enter Cesar Cardini, an Italian chef with a restaurant in Tijuana. One crazy busy night he's running low on supplies, so he throws together what he has. Romaine lettuce, eggs, parmesan, croutons and his special dressing, all mixed right at the table. The guests go wild for it and boom, Caesar salad is born. So next time you dig into a Caesar salad, just remember, it's got Mexican roots, an Italian creator and a dash of American luck. Talk about a global flavor party. Who knew history could taste so good? Stay tuned for more tasty surprises. If you enjoyed this, like, comment, and subscribe for more tasty history. Imagine showing up to work and your new boss is a horse. Welcome to Rome, folks. Emperor Caligula loved his horse, Incitatus, so much he treated him like royalty. We're talking a marble stable, golden goblets, even purple robes, because why not? The wildest part? Caligula supposedly wanted to make Incitatus a consul, one of Rome's top politicians. Was it madness or just Caligula roasting the Senate? Historians can't decide. Either way, Incitatus remains the only horse ever nearly elected to office. Now that's what I call a real natinal leader. If you enjoyed this, do give us a like, drop a comment, and subscribe for more curious history. What I wish I knew before visiting Euro. That you might need an umbrella for fish. Yes, really. Let's dive into this splashy phenomenon. In the town of Euro, every year, people witness something straight out of a fairy tale, La Lluvia de Peces, or Rain of Fish. After booming thunderstorms, hundreds of small live fish suddenly cover the ground, sometimes right in the middle of town. The fish aren't even from local rivers, which makes it even weirder. Scientists and locals have theories, some say waterspouts, think tornadoes over water, scoop up fish and drop them from the sky. Others believe heavy rains push blind, cave-dwelling fish from underground rivers up to the surface. And this isn't just science, there's legend too. Locals say a missionary's prayer for food brought the first miracle fish rain over 100 years ago. Now, Euro celebrates every year with music, parades and, of course, fish baskets. Would you believe it if you saw it? If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating facts. I'm sure you've heard the news, forgetting your wife's birthday is dangerous. But in Samoa, it's literally illegal. Talk about high stakes for a slice of cake. So here's the deal. In Samoa, if you forget your wife's birthday, you're not just sleeping on the couch, you could actually face a fine. Imagine standing before a judge and having to say, "Sorry, Your Honor, I just couldn't remember if it was the 12th or the 13th. Now, the law isn't enforced too strictly, but it's definitely on the books. It's the ultimate reminder that birthdays and happy wives are serious business in Samoa. So, trivia fans, if you ever visit Samoa, maybe set a few reminders on your phone. Or just celebrate your wife's birthday every day to be safe. And hey, now you've got the perfect excuse for never forgetting. Sorry, honey, it's the law. Hit like if you'd survive in Samoa, or if you'd just move there for the Cape. Like, comment and subscribe for more fun facts. I'm sure you've heard the news about weird weather, but have you ever seen frogs falling from the sky? Well, people in Serbia have. Picture this. You're just minding your business, maybe heading out for some fresh air when, splat, a frog lands next to you. Hundreds of frogs, actually. That's exactly what happened during a wild rainstorm in Serbia. Scientists say a waterspout, a super strong water tornado, probably sucked the frogs up from a lake and carried them through the sky. Then poof, the storm dropped them miles away, right on top of shocked locals. Imagine trying to explain that at dinner. So next time you complain about the weather, just be glad it's not raining frogs where you live, because nobody wants to dodge airborne amphibians. Got any weird weather stories? Let us know in the comments. And do remember, old chap, to like, comment and subscribe. Cheerio! I'm sure you've heard the rumour. Rabbits munch on their own poop. But why would they do that? Let's find out. Rabbits have a super unique way of getting all the nutrients they need. Their tummies can't absorb everything the first time food goes through. So they make a special kind of poop called secotropes. It's soft, packed with protein and full of vitamins. When a rabbit eats secotropes, it's like a second-chance snack. This might sound weird to us, but it's totally normal for them, and it keeps them healthy and strong. Fun fact, rabbits' teeth never stop growing, so all that munching helps keep them trimmed. So next time you see a bunny nibbling something unusual, just remember they're pros at recycling. Rabbits are full of surprises, aren't they? If you enjoyed this, please like, comment and subscribe. Why do some smugglers love reptiles? It's not because they're fans of snakes or lizards. It's because reptiles make the perfect cover for hiding illegal drugs. Here's the wild truth. Smugglers have been caught shipping drugs inside containers that are labelled as reptile shipments. No, they're not stuffing drugs into the bodies of snakes or lizards. Instead, the reptiles are just along for the ride, used as a clever distraction, while the real contraband is hidden somewhere in the shipment. Customs officials have to look past the scales and tails to spot the real crime. So next time you hear about a shipment of exotic pets crossing borders, there might be more than meet the eye. It's just one of the strange ways criminals try to outsmart the law with a little help from our scaly friends. Wild, right? If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe. Here's a wild fact. Sloths are basically underwater ninjas. Okay, picture this. Sloths are famous for moving super slow, right? But here's the twist. When they go for a swim, they turn into breath-holding superheroes. Sloths can slow their heart rate way down and hold their breath for up to 40 minutes. That's 40. Now let's talk dolphins, the Olympic swimmers of the animal kingdom. Most dolphins can only hold their breath for about 10 minutes before coming up for air. So next time you think sloths are just lazy, remember, they're secretly winning gold medals in the breath-holding games. So, who would you bet on in an underwater staring contest? My money's on the sloth. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment and subscribe for more wild animal facts. You need to watch this if you love weird trivia about birthdays. Imagine being a year old the second you're born, then turning 2 the very next day. Sounds wild? Let me explain. Until 2023, South Korea had a totally unique way of counting age. In the traditional Korean age system, babies were considered 1 year old at birth. Then every single person added another year together on January 1st. So if you were born on December 31st, you'd turn 2 the very next day. Your actual birthday didn't matter, the calendar did. This system was connected to Confucian values where age meant respect. But here's where it got confusing. Most Koreans actually had 3 different ages. That's why in June 2023, South Korea switched to the international age system, like the rest of the world. Now, you only age up on your real birthday. It made things way less confusing, but the old tradition still pops up in casual conversations. Would you want to age up with the whole country? If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating facts. Ever heard of a whale explosion that rained blubber on people? Buckle up! Back in 1970, a giant whale washed up on an Oregon beach. The officials thought, hey, let's use dynamite. Boom! Instead of disappearing, the whale blew up, literally. Huge chunks of whale rained down on cars, people and everything nearby. It's now known as the exploding whale incident, probably the messiest public fail in history. Next time you have a big problem, maybe skip the dynamite. If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe. What I wish I knew at age 5, that some kids literally got sent to grandma's house through the mail. Not kidding, this is real history. Picture this. It's 1913 and the US Postal Service just launched a parcel post service. Suddenly, anything under £50 could be mailed, including, apparently, your toddler. Laughs. Some thrifty parents realised their kids technically qualified as mail. The first package kid was baby James Beagle. His family mailed him, a whole mile to his grandma's house for just 15 cents. He even came with $50 insurance, just in case he got lost next to the fruit baskets. Then there's May Pierstorff, age 5. In 1914, her parents pinned stamps to her coat and mailed her 73 miles by train, escorted by a relative who worked for the post office. Cheaper than a train ticket and way more interesting than a road trip. Of course, the fun ended in 1915, when the post office said, no more mailing humans. And honestly, thank goodness for that. If you enjoyed this quirky bit of history, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe.
You need to watch this if you crave travel that's more than just beaches and selfies. I don't think people realize how epic Croatia actually is. Let's fix that. Imagine waking up to the sound of waves in Dubrovnik, a city that looks straight out of a fantasy novel. Croatia's coastline is jaw-dropping, with over 1,000 islands, each one begging to be explored. But it's not just the views, they're tall. Croatian culture is a vibrant mix of old-world charm and modern energy. Think street markets, lively festivals, and centuries-old castles around every corner. And the food, oh, the food. Fresh seafood, homemade pasta, and don't skip the legendary black risotto. History buffs will love wandering ancient Roman ruins, while adventure seekers can kayak, hike, or sail crystal-clear waters. Plus, Croatia is still a hidden gem, meaning fewer crowds and more authentic experiences. So if you want stunning landscapes, delicious bites, and a culture that welcomes you like family, Croatia is calling your name. Make it your next vacation spot. You'll wonder why you waited so long.
Ever wonder why you always run out of E's in Scrabble but have Q's to spare? Here's the scoop. E is everywhere. Seriously. It pops up in around 1 out of every 8 letters you read. You see it in words like the me and love. E even sneaks in at the end of words to change pronunciations. Think hat versus hate. Plus, E's behind those suffixes like ed, and est that make our verbs and adjectives so handy. But what about Q? Poor Q is shy, showing up in less than 1 out of every 500 letters. And Q almost never travels alone. It sticks to U like peanut butter to jelly. Only about 48 English words have a Q without a U. So next time you're playing Scrabble, remember, E is your best friend and Q is your wild card. Want more wordy secrets? Stick around for more language twists. If you enjoyed this showdown, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more wordy fun.
If you hate paperwork but love new adventures, you'll want to hear this. Let's talk about countries where getting citizenship is actually doable. First up, Dominica. Not the Dominican Republic, but Dominica, the island. Invest a bit or donate to their government, and you could be calling yourself a citizen faster than you can say Caribbean breeze. Next, Uruguay. Live there for just a few years, show you're part of the community, and you're in. Bonus points if you can handle mate tea or try Portugal's golden visa. Invest in property, and after 5 years you can apply for citizenship. Sun, surf and pastries? Yes, please. And don't sleep on Turkey, buy some real estate and you could be waving a Turkish passport in a matter of months. There you go. 4 countries making the dream of a second passport way less stressful. Where would you start your new adventure? Let me know below. How about starting it here with us with the subscribe button?
Why are there not more people talking about the Eiffel Tower getting taller every summer? I don't think most people realise it's basically a giant metal thermometer. Let's break down the science. So here's how it works. The Eiffel Tower is made of wrought iron, and when it gets hot, that iron expands. Basically, as the sun heats the metal, the tiny particles inside start vibrating faster, pushing each other a little further apart. That's what makes the whole tower stretch upward. Sometimes only one side heats up faster, which can even make the tower lean slightly away from the sun, just a tiny bit, but still. In winter, the opposite happens. The cold makes the metal contract, and the tower shrinks back down to its original height, or even a bit less. Gustav Eiffel actually designed the whole thing to flex and adapt, so it stays strong no matter the season. Science is awesome, right? If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating facts. You need to watch this if you've ever wondered just how powerful animal memory can be. Elephants, in particular, will surprise you. Here's a story you won't believe. In 2022, Maya Murmu, a 68-year-old woman from Odisha, India, was tragically killed by a wild elephant while collecting water. But what happened next stunned everyone. Hours later, as mourners gathered for Maya's funeral, the same elephant returned, storming the ceremony, attacking her body again, and even damaging nearby homes before vanishing into the forest. Why? No one knows for sure, but elephants are famous for their incredible memory and deep emotions. Experts say they can recognize people, hold grudges, and sometimes seek revenge, especially when past trauma is involved. This haunting story is a reminder. Elephants aren't just intelligent, they feel and remember too. It's a powerful reason to respect and protect these amazing animals. If you enjoyed this story, please like, comment, and subscribe for more fascinating tales. I will never look at relaxation the same way after learning about float therapy. You need to watch this if you struggle with stress. Imagine floating in warm, Epsom salt-saturated water in a soundproof, light-proof tank. It's called float therapy, and it's like hitting the reset button for your mind and body. This deep relaxation method aims to reduce anxiety, depression, and muscle tension. Plus, it can improve sleep and mental clarity. But heads up, it's not cheap, and not everyone has access to it. And while the benefits sound amazing, we still need more research to prove long-term effects. Want to escape the chaos and float your stress away? Float therapy might just be your new favorite self-care secret. Like, comment, and subscribe. Why are there not more people talking about collaborations in food science? These partnerships shape everything from the flavor of your snack to the safety of your salad. Stick around to see how innovation really happens. Food science is a team sport, and the players are more than just chefs. Imagine universities, food companies, and government labs working together, blending their expertise to create healthier, tastier, and more sustainable foods. Think about lab-grown meat, biodegradable packaging, or even personalized diets based on your DNA. None of this happens without chemists, engineers, and behavioral scientists joining forces. Globally, these collaborations tackle big issues like climate-resilient crops and food safety, using cutting-edge tech like AI and blockchain to track food from farm to fork. Research proves it. When food scientists team up, their discoveries hit the market faster and make a bigger impact. So next time you bite into something delicious, remember, it might just be the result of world-class teamwork. Hungry for more food science secrets? Like, comment, and subscribe. If your idea of self-expression involves liquid nitrogen and a branding iron, you might want to rethink your life choices. Let's get into the weird world of freeze branding. Okay, so freeze branding, aka cryo branding, sounds wild, right? It's when people chill a metal brand in liquid nitrogen and press it on their skin to make a permanent white mark. Fun fact, this was actually invented for cows. Spoiler alert, you are not a cow. Now, TikTok calls it a frozen tattoo, but dermatologists call it a terrible idea. We're talking third-degree burns, gnarly scars, and deep skin infections like cellulitis that can land you in the hospital. And if you think laser removal will fix it, nope. These scars are forever, like that embarrassing meme your friends keep tagging you in. Some TikTokers love the edgy look, but trust me, the healing process looks more zombie apocalypse than cool body art. Real talk, if you want safe body art, stick to tattoos from licensed pros. Freeze branding is one trend that's better left on livestock, not on your skin.
If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment and subscribe for more.
Can a carton of juice really change international relations? Surprisingly, yes. Let's break it down. Fruit juice. Diplomacy is when countries use fruit like pomelos or pineapples to build bridges and boost trade. Think of it as agricultural diplomacy. Instead of just shaking hands, nations share their harvests, turning juice and fruit into powerful symbols of goodwill. Take Thailand's pomelo diplomacy, exporting pomelos to the US, celebrated almost 200 years of friendly ties, proof that fruit can mean more than just a tasty snack. Or look at Hawaii's Dole Company. Their pineapples helped shape trade deals and even history, blending economics with global influence. Why does this matter? Well, for many countries, fruit exports are a big deal, fueling economies and opening doors for cultural exchange. Sharing fruit juice isn't just about business, it shows respect, trust, and a taste of local pride. So next time you pour yourself a glass of juice, remember, it might be doing more than quenching your thirst. It It could be quietly sweetening international friendships, one drop at a time. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating stories.
Stop blaming your bad mood on Mondays. Blame the weather. Hot days turn even the nicest people into snapping turtles. Here's why. When it's boiling outside, your body goes into panic mode, heart racing, patience shrinking, and suddenly everyone's annoying. Heat literally messes with your brain, making it harder to think straight or make good decisions. Missed sleep because your room felt like an oven? Yeah, that's a recipe for snapping at your friends over nothing. And don't get me started on packed buses in a heat wave. It's a miracle society hasn't collapsed. Studies show violent crime spikes during heat waves. Even prison fights go up. So next time you snap, just blame the thermometer. For cooler facts, hit subscribe unless you're too hot and bothered. Am I the only one that didn't know motels and hotels aren't the same thing? Everybody's booking trips, but which one do you choose? Let's break it down. Hotels and motels may sound similar, but they're worlds apart. Hotels are usually found in city centres or tourist hotspots, stacked high with fancy amenities, think gyms, pools and room service. They're made for comfort seekers, business travellers, or anyone wanting a bit of pampering. Motels, on the other hand, got their name from motor hotel. You'll spot them along highways, and they're all about convenience. Park right outside your room, grab your key, hit the road. Don't expect a spa or fine dining. Motels keep it simple for road trippers and budget travellers. In short, hotels are for living large, motels are for keeping it moving. So, next time you travel, ask yourself, do you want a lobby or just a place to park? Either way, safe travels, and don't forget to subscribe.
I don't think people realise just how much art and culture can unite us. Let's see how creative exchanges are bridging cultures worldwide. Art and cultural exchange programs bring artists, musicians and creatives together across continents. Through workshops, exhibitions and performances, these exchanges spark global conversations and celebrate diversity. Programs like the Arts Envoy and UNESCO initiatives send artists abroad, building cross-cultural friendships and understanding. Imagine a jazz musician from New Orleans jamming in Nairobi, or a dance troupe from Rio lighting up Berlin. These partnerships aren't just about art, they're about peace, innovation and sharing stories that shape our global future. That's the magic of art and cultural exchange. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment and subscribe for more inspiring stories. Ever wondered which city dug America's first subway? Spoiler! It's not the Big Apple. The Tremont Street subway opened under Boston on September 1st, 1897. Imagine horse carriages, trolleys and people crowding narrow streets. Boston needed relief. So they built a 1.5-mile tunnel under Boston Common and Tremont Street, linking Park Street, Boylston and Scollay Square. Unlike London's sooty steam trains, Boston's subway ran on electric motors thanks to Frank Sprague's invention. It was cleaner, quieter, and became the blueprint for cities like New York and Philadelphia. Next time you ride a subway, thank Boston for paving the underground way. Like, comment, and subscribe for more cool history. You need to hear this if you think Lego's just for kids, especially if you live east of Berlin. Here's how Lego became a cultural powerhouse in post-Soviet spaces. When the Iron Curtain fell, Lego didn't just rush in with toys. Instead, they built trust, partnering with local retailers, launching creative marketing campaigns that resonated with families. And they teamed up with schools to push STEM education. Lego became more than plastic bricks, a tool for learning and growth. But that's not all. Lego adapted sets to reflect local landmarks. They opened flagship Lego stores in Moscow city centres. They opened flagship Lego stores in Warsaw city centres. They brought themed events and public exhibitions along. Their family-friendly, non-political vibe was perfect for regions redefining identity. So next time you see a Lego set in Eastern Europe, remember, it's not just a toy, it's a quiet revolution. Like, comment and subscribe for more stories like this. I think I messed up my idea of global trade. Turns out it's not always cash and contracts. Sometimes it's straight up oil for grain. Here's how oil for grain deals are like global barter. One country sends oil. The other country ships back tons of wheat as payment. No cash, just goods. These deals are lifelines. They help countries facing international sanctions. They help countries with severe currency crises. Here's how it usually goes. State-run companies or even governments negotiate. Some real-life examples. In the 1990s, Iraq swapped oil for food. Iran sends oil to India in return for grain, sidestepping sanctions. North Korea trades oil with China for rice and corn. Why do it? Sanctioned countries get food they desperately need. Others lock in crucial supplies and avoid messy global payments. That's oil for grain. Barter diplomacy keeping trade alive when money can't. Like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating stories about global trade. This is why you need Tang in your kitchen. It's not just a drink, it's a piece of space history. Here's how it made America cool in orbit. Tang shot to fame when NASA astronauts sipped it during missions. Astronaut John Glenn is often linked to Tang in photos. Marketed as the drink of astronauts, Tang became a pop culture icon. It represented US tech prowess around the globe. But here's the twist. Tang's popularity reached abroad. In the USSR, Tang became surprisingly popular during the Cold War. In China, Tang also found a foothold internationally. It showed how food, even powdered orange juice, can be soft power. American crews aboard Apollo missions drank Tang in orbit. Soviet crews on Soyuz shared Tang as well. They shared Tang during the Apollo-Soyuz mission together. It wasn't just a toast, it was a diplomatic handshake in zero gravity. If you enjoyed this story, please like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating space history. Am I the only one who didn't know the largest diamond ever found nearly made a miner faint? Let's dig up the epic legacy of the Cullinan diamond. On January 26, 1905, in South Africa's Premier Mine, Frederick Wells discovered a massive 106-carat diamond roughly the size of a human fist. Named after the mine's founder, Sir Thomas Cullinan, it dazzled with its blue-white glow and flawless clarity. It was bought for £150,000 and gifted to King Edward VII as a peace offering after the Boer War, earning the nickname Peace Diamond. In Amsterdam, master cutter Joseph Asher split it into 9 major stones, including the Great Star of Africa, now set in the British Crown Jewels. Over 1 billion years old, the Cullinan diamond remains unmatched in size and legend. If you enjoyed this story, please like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating history. If you're ever at a car crash or accident scene, you need to know this. Tourniquets aren't just for movies, they're real and they save lives. If someone's bleeding heavily from an arm or leg and pressure isn't working, grab a strong wide cloth like a bandana or belt. Wrap it 2-3 inches above the wound, avoiding joints. Tie a knot, add a stick or pen, then twist until bleeding stops. It'll hurt, but it's crucial. Secure the stick and note the time you applied it. Never use thin materials and don't loosen it. Wait for the pros. Remember, this simple move can mean the difference between life and death. If you found this guide helpful, please like, comment and subscribe for more life-saving tips. I bet you didn't know that smuggling birds could get this weird. Seriously, this story is nuts. Ready for some feathery mischief? So picture this. A Dutch traveller gets stopped at the airport in French Guiana. Customs officers notice he's walking a little funny. Turns out he's got something buzzing around, right in his underwear. No, this isn't some strange dare. The guy actually tried to smuggle more than a dozen live hummingbirds tucked into tiny pouches sewn into his boxers. That's right, his private parts were basically a luxury bird hotel. Why? Some collectors will pay big money for rare birds. But let's be real. Nobody wants to be known as the guy with a hummingbird crotch. Luckily, the birds survived and were rescued. But yeah, this is your reminder. Leave smuggling to the movies and let birds fly free, preferably not in your pants. If you thought airport security was awkward before, imagine explaining that to customs. If you enjoyed this wild story, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more. This is why you need snacks and a bathtub full of ice. Because why do just one ridiculous thing when you can do both at the same time? Here's how it works. Step 1, fill a tub with Arctic-level ice and water. It should be so cold your ancestors feel it. Step 2, hop in. Waist deep, full submersion, whatever you can handle, just get cold. Step 3, now the real challenge, try eating a snack. Chips, burgers, candy, anything that makes you question your life choices. Bonus points for dramatic shivering and hilarious commentary. Why does the internet love this? Because nothing says wellness like eating junk food while freezing your butt off. The faces, the snack fumbles, the desperate attempts not to scream, pure comedy gold. But hey, don't forget, cold can be dangerous. Keep it short, have someone with you, and don't choke on your snack. So, challenge seekers, can you chill, chomp and conquer? Or will you bail before the burger? Only one way to find out. If you enjoyed this chilly challenge, do give us a like, drop a comment and subscribe for more frosty fun. Hear this if you dream of dropping everything and disappearing. Imagine you can teleport but just one time. If you had one teleport, where would you land? First up, the majestic Swiss Alps in Switzerland. Think epic downhill skiing at St. Moritz resorts, explore wildflower alpine hikes in Grindelwald's meadows. Second, the tropical Bora Bora in French Polynesia. Stay in iconic overwater bungalows above turquoise water. Snorkel with manta rays in the ultimate unplug and chill paradise. Finally, the timeless city of Rome, Italy. Walk among ancient wonders like the Colosseum. Wander trendy neighborhoods full of cafes and art. Taste the best gelato you'll ever have. So if you could teleport just once, where are you headed? Like, comment and subscribe for more travel adventures. If you think the Indiana State Fair is just about fried food and friendly farm animals, think again. There's a hidden drama in the show ring that most fairgoers never see. Here's the scoop. Behind the scenes, some competitors have secretly given their livestock banned drugs just to win those blue ribbons and big cash prizes. We're talking muscle boosters, painkillers and anti-inflammatories that make the animals look healthier or more buff than they really are. These aren't just little slip-ups either. Dozens of animals have been disqualified, including top winners. In 2014, all 5 champion lambs lost their titles after testing positive, and young exhibitors lost over 20 grand in prize money. Why do it? The rewards are huge. Money, scholarships, fame. But the risks? Pretty steep. Kids can get banned for years, and drug residues might end up in the food we eat. So next time you see that perfect prize hog at the fair, remember sometimes there's a lot more going on behind those barn doors than meets the eye. If you found this story eye-opening, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more behind-the-scenes investigations.
A new COVID variant is spreading across the US right now. The XFG variant, nicknamed Stratus, now accounts for 14% of cases nationwide. It's a hybrid strain that first appeared in Southeast Asia this January. Cases are rising in 45 states, with no states showing decline. Symptoms are similar to Omicron, but now include a notable new symptom: hoarseness, along with congestion, body aches, and fever. The good news? Current vaccines remain effective against severe disease, and no deaths have been directly linked to this variant yet. Stay informed, stay protected. Like, comment, and subscribe for more updates.
If you think your local vending machine is wild, let's just say Japan laughs in potato chips. Japan's vending machines aren't just everywhere. They're full of snacks that could double as science experiments. Today, I'm taste testing the legendary flavor roulette. First up, squid-flavored soda. It's bubbly, salty, and let's be honest, my taste buds are confused and maybe a little afraid. Next, wasabi ice cream. It looks innocent until it karate chops your sinuses. Canned ramen, hot noodles in a can, because apparently spoons are overrated. Oh, and frozen sushi from a vending machine. Trust issues activated. Let's not forget coriander cookies, herb party or total betrayal. Why are these so viral? Because nothing says entertainment like watching someone's face battle a wasabi brain freeze or survive a squid soda burp. Would you try any of these? Or are you sticking with regular chips? Let me know in the comments. If you enjoyed this taste test, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more quirky adventures.
What if I told you there's a force as old as civilization itself, shaping our lives in ways we can barely comprehend? Karma, from the Sanskrit word for action, is far more than just a concept. It's a cosmic ledger where every deed leaves its mark. But how does this mysterious cycle actually work? Ancient beliefs paint karma as a cosmic boomerang. Every action eventually returns to its source. Yet in our modern world, it's evolved beyond mere cosmic justice. Karma now serves as a powerful reminder. Our choices create ripples, affecting not just our own lives, but the entire web of existence around us. So, the next time you act, ask yourself, what kind of world are you creating?
Ever wondered why your left-handed friend always smudges their notes? Well, there's more to it than just messy handwriting. So here's the scoop. About 10% of people on Earth are lefties. That's like finding a shiny Pokemon in a room full of regular ones. But why are some people left-handed? Scientists say it's not just random. Turns out handedness might be influenced before you're even born, by what's happening in the womb and your genes. Yep, you could thank your parents for your lefty status or blame them for making you a righty. Fun fact, left-handers are sometimes called southpaws, especially in sports. Also, did you know lefties might have an advantage in certain games and even creative thinking? So if you're left-handed, give yourself a high five. And if you're right-handed, well, you can still be cool. Remember, lefties may be outnumbered, but they're never outfunded. Next time you see a left-hander, just know you've spotted one of the world's rarest types. If you enjoyed this video, do give it a like, leave a comment and subscribe for more fascinating facts. What is love? It's humanity's most complex emotion. A mother's unwavering devotion. One of the most universally recognized examples of pure love is the bond between a mother and her child, especially in moments of sacrifice, protection and unconditional care. Universal yet deeply personal. The scientific view. Love activates brain regions tied to reward, pleasure and attachment. Chemicals like dopamine, oxytocin and serotonin play key roles in bonding and affection. Long-term love is often built on trust, communication and shared experiences. Romantic love ignites passion. Familial love provides our foundation. Elephants are known to grieve deeply when a member of their herd dies. They touch the bones with their trunks, stand vigil for hours or days, return to the site years later. This behavior shows emotional depth and loyalty, often interpreted as a form of pure, non-verbal love. Platonic love builds lifelong bonds. Real life during World War II, a Polish social worker risked her life to save over 2,500 Jewish children from the Warsaw Ghetto. She smuggled them out in ambulances, toolboxes and even coffins, placing them with non-Jewish families and documenting their real names in jars buried beneath a tree. She was eventually captured, tortured and sentenced to death, but never revealed a single child's identity. Her love wasn't biological, it was purely human, driven by empathy, courage and a belief in the sanctity of life. And self-love, that's where it all begins. Science shows love literally lights up our brains with dopamine and oxytocin. Philosophers called it everything from divine madness to life's highest virtue. But perhaps the purest love is unconditional. Throughout history, love has inspired the greatest acts of courage. Love isn't just an emotion, it's the force that connects us all. What does love mean to you? If you enjoyed this, do like, comment and subscribe. Am I the only one who didn't know Meghan and Harry share a family tree? Turns out royal romance just got a little more interesting. Let's break it down. So here's the scoop. Meghan and Harry both have a common ancestor named Ralph Bowes. Ralph was the High Sheriff of County Durham back in the 1400s. A real big deal. Over the next 15 generations, Ralph's family tree split. One branch led all the way to Harry and the British royals, and another branched out to Meghan's dad's side. Now don't worry, they're not close cousins or anything. We're talking super distant, like 15th cousin distant. But it's pretty cool to think their family lines crossed centuries ago. Genealogy is wild, right? It just goes to show family trees can be full of surprises, especially if you dig deep enough. So next time someone says small world, remember, sometimes it's a tiny royal world too. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Did you know? Mouth taping isn't just a weird trend, it might actually help you sleep better. But is it safe for everyone? So, what's mouth taping? It's exactly what it sounds like. You put special tape over your lips before you sleep. The idea is to force yourself to breathe through your nose, which can help reduce snoring, keep your mouth from drying out, and even improve your oral health. Sounds like magic, right? Well, kind of. Here's the catch. If you have sleep apnea, bad allergies, or a stuffy nose, mouth taping can be risky. Like really risky. So, don't try this without talking to your doctor first. It's trendy thanks to wellness influencers, but remember, just because it's popular doesn't mean it's for everyone. Would you tape your mouth shut for better sleep? Let me know in the comments. Like, comment, and subscribe.
What's something people don't know about Spain? There's a village where death is technically banned. Sound crazy? Let me explain. Welcome to Langeron, a tiny mountain town with a huge problem. Their only cemetery is full. Back in 1999, the mayor got fed up with government delays. He made a law that said, it's forbidden to die in Langeron. Talk about taking health and safety to the next level. No one's actually been arrested for dying, obviously. It's all a satirical protest. But thanks to TikTok and Instagram, This quirky law has gone viral, and now Gen Z travelers are flocking to the no-death zone. Langeron may not have room for more graves, but it's got plenty of room for laughs, healing springs, and offbeat tourism. Would you dare to visit?
I bet you didn't know Oktoberfest started because of a royal wedding. Yep, with horses, not just beer. If you love a good party, this one's for you. Oktoberfest kicked off way back in 1810 in Munich, Germany, to celebrate a prince's wedding. Seriously, it was one wild party. The locals had so much fun, they turned it into an annual festival, swapping horses for hops. Now, Oktoberfest is the world's biggest beer bash. Over 6 million people show up in Munich every year. And if you can't make it to Germany, don't worry. Cities from Brazil to Australia throw their own versions, complete with pretzels, music, and of course, beer by the liter. So why is Oktoberfest such a hit? It's all about coming together. Whether you're in lederhosen or yoga pants, raising a glass and having a blast with friends, old and new. So next time you hear Prost, that's cheers in German, you'll know you're part of a tradition that's traveled the globe.
If your bookshelf has more Grammys than your playlist, you might just be a president. Surprised? Let's dive into the untold story. That's right, Presidents Carter, Clinton, and Obama are all Grammy winners. But don't expect dance tunes. These leaders shined in the Best Spoken Word Album category. Jimmy Carter is the all-star here with 4 Grammys. He won for reading his thoughtful books like Our Endangered Values and A Full Life Reflections at 90. His gentle, wise voice earned him big respect in both political and literary crowds. Next up, Bill Clinton. He snagged 2 Grammys, one for telling his life story in My Life, and another for narrating a children's album with Mikhail Gorbachev and Sophia Loren. Who knew world leaders could make such a fun team? And Barack Obama. He took home 2 Grammys before even moving into the White House for Dreams from My Father and The Audacity of Hope. Turns out, great speeches sound just as good on audiobooks. So, when presidents talk, people really listen, and sometimes they even win a Grammy. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more surprising stories. If you're a rabbit owner, you might wonder, what's that rabbit doing? Eating its own poop? Don't worry, it's actually brilliant. Rabbits have a secret superpower called secotropes. These are special soft, shiny droppings. Think of them as nature's multivitamin clusters. Rabbits make secotropes in a part of their gut called the cecum, a sort of fermentation chamber. These grape bunches are packed with vitamins, amino acids, and healthy microbes. Here's the deal. Rabbits eat a super high fiber diet, mostly hay and greens. That stuff isn't easy to digest, even for a rabbit. So, after the first round of digestion, some nutrients are left behind. Rabbits eat their secotropes straight from the source. Yup, right from their butt, usually at night when nobody's watching. This wacky routine is called coprophagy, and it's totally normal. Without it, rabbits can get sick from missing out on key nutrients. So, next time you see a bunny being weird, remember it's just recycling nutrients and being a nutritional ninja. If you enjoyed this, comment and subscribe for more rabbit facts. Everybody thinks the saltine cracker challenge is easy, until you try it yourself. Let's see why this snack attack is tougher than it looks. Here's the deal. Just eat 6 saltine crackers in 60 seconds. No water, no sneaky sips, and definitely no spitting them out. It sounds like a piece of cake, but trust me, it's not cake. It's crackers, and they are dry. After your first couple crackers, your mouth suddenly forgets how to make saliva. It's like your tongue is glued to the roof of your mouth, and the crackers multiply into dust bunnies. You'll be coughing, giggling, and probably begging for a drink. But why is this so hilarious? Because everybody looks ridiculous trying it. Crumbs everywhere, cheeks puffed out and time ticking down. Fun fact, doctors even use this challenge to test for dry mouth conditions. So next time your friends say, "Pfft, easy," hand them a pack of saltines and grab your timer. The Saltine Cracker Challenge, the driest fun you'll ever have at a party. Would you survive, or is your mouth toast? If you enjoyed this challenge, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Why do sharks rule the ocean? Because they've been around longer than trees. Sharks have been patrolling our oceans for over 400 million years. Fossil evidence shows shark-like scales dating back 450 million years to the late Ordovician period. Meanwhile, trees didn't show up until the late Devonian period, around 350 million years ago. These ancient predators belong to the class Chondrichthyes, with their skeletons made of cartilage. They've survived 5 mass extinctions, evolving into over 1,000 species. From deep-sea dwellers to reef hunters, sharks are evolution's ultimate survivors. Early sharks like Doliodus problematicus already had that iconic toothy grin. On the other hand, trees developed woody tissue and branching structures, transforming our atmosphere and stabilizing soil. So next time you see a shark, remember, you're looking at a piece of ancient history that predates even the tallest trees. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating facts. Ever heard of a magician pulling off a trick on the entire magic circle? Buckle up for this one. Back in 1991, Sophie Lloyd wanted to join the magic circle, but there was one small problem. No girls allowed. So, what did she do? She became Raymond Lloyd, a teenage boy with a killer sleight of hand and a questionable fake moustache. Sophie wore a wig, a full bodysuit, dental contraptions to change her jawline, even gloves to hide her hands. Oh, and she faked laryngitis so she wouldn't have to talk during her magic test. The judges were fooled. Sophie passed the entrance exam and was in. But just as the magic circle finally voted to let women join, her secret came out and she was expelled the same day. But wait, fast forward 30 years, Sophie gets an official apology and her membership back. Now that's a magic comeback, ladies. Who says you can't pull off the greatest trick of all? If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more magical tales. If you thought ocean pollution was just about plastic, think again. Brazilian sharks are now swimming with cocaine in their system. Here's what you need to know. Researchers in Brazil found all 13 Brazilian sharp-nosed sharks they tested had cocaine in their muscle and liver, at levels up to 100 times higher than seen in other sea creatures. Most even tested positive for a cocaine byproduct. How did it get there? Experts think it's from polluted waters, contaminated prey, or sharks scarfing down drug packages dumped at sea. Why does it matter? These sharks are top predators and sentinel species, meaning their contamination could signal bigger problems for the entire ocean food chain. And it's not just Brazil. Cocaine traces are turning up worldwide, from mussels to eels. Ocean pollution, it's wilder than you think. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more shocking discoveries. If your whole town looks like a blueberry exploded, you might just be in Landano during Smurf Fest. Blue face paint? Check. White hats? Double check. Picture this, over 3,000 people, yep, 3,076 to be exact, all dressed as Smurfs or Schtroumpfs if you're feeling French. Landano's streets were overflowing with blue face paint, floppy white hats and smiles as wide as Papa Smurf's beard. Even the mayor jumped in, declaring it a moment of joy and togetherness when everyone needed it most. Why did everyone go full Smurf? Paramount Pictures helped organize the bash to hype up a new Smurfs movie, plus DJs, food trucks and life-size Smurf mascots kept everyone dancing. The first 700 Smurfs even scored free movie tickets. Talk about a blue Typhal bonus. It didn't stop there. TikTok went wild with Smurfcore. DIY costumes, blue filters everywhere, and bonjour, I am Papa Schtroumpf memes took over. So if you ever doubted the power of Smurfs to bring people together, Landano just proved it in the bluest way possible. Smurf on friends, if you enjoyed this Smurf-tastic adventure, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more. What's something people don't know about extreme spice challenges? They're not just about the burn. They test your sanity too. Welcome to the fiery frontier of food dares, where jalapenos are child's play and Carolina Reapers are the real bosses. These next-level spicy challenges feature sauces with more Scoville units than your ego can handle, and rules like no water allowed, because apparently suffering is a sport. Popular formats, we're talking spicy wing showdowns, scorching hot ramen bowls and pepper-eating gauntlets that'll have you questioning your life choices. But what actually causes the burn? It's capsaicin, basically nature's way of saying good luck, pal. It tricks your brain into thinking you're on fire, and sometimes you'll even get a weird spicy euphoria. But hey, don't forget, these challenges can get messy. We're talking sweat, tears, maybe an awkward call to your mom. So read the rules, stock up on milk, and remember, your taste buds only live once. If you enjoyed this spicy showdown, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more fiery fun. Exposing the secret weapon in every electrician's toolkit. Meet the rubber glove, your hand's best friend against electric shock. Rubber-insulated gloves are the unsung heroes of electrical safety. Made from high-quality rubber, these gloves stop electricity in its tracks, keeping your hands safe while you work. Here's the cool part. They're designed for comfort and flexibility so you can handle wires without feeling like you're wearing oven mitts. And for extra comfort, Slip on a liner glove, need protection from sharp stuff? Throw on a leather protector over your rubber gloves. Now, not all gloves are created equal. They come in classes. Think of them like superhero levels. From class 00 for low voltage jobs, all the way up to class 4 for working on mega high voltage lines. Pro tip, always inspect your gloves, inflate them to spot leaks and store them away from sunlight, because crispy gloves are never in style. So next time you gear up, remember, rubber gloves aren't just equipment, they're your electric shield. If you found this helpful, like, comment and subscribe. Why do we so often assume the worst in others? What if it's not evil, just error? That's where Hanlon's razor comes in. Hanlon's razor says, never attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity or carelessness. In other words, most of the time, people aren't plotting against you, they just mess up. Think about tech glitches. That buggy app isn't a personal vendetta, just bad code, or customer service. Maybe they're overwhelmed, not ignoring you on purpose. Even politics. So many blunders come from inefficiency, not secret schemes. Hanlon's razor doesn't excuse bad behavior, but it helps you stay calm, patient and focused on real solutions, not imagined enemies. Use it and you'll see the world and people a little more clearly. Like, comment and subscribe for more quick insights. I know what you're thinking, strawberries and pasta together. But stick with me, because this combo just scored big at Wimbledon. So here's the scoop. This isn't some random mashup. In Poland, strawberry pasta is a nostalgic treat, mixing sweet strawberries, creamy yogurt and tender noodles. But things went totally viral when tennis star Iga Swiatek gave it a shout-out at Wimbledon. Now, foodies everywhere are freaking out, posting their bowls online and arguing if it's dessert or dinner. Some say it's weird, some say it's genius, but everyone agrees it's refreshing, a little tangy, and basically summer in a bowl. So, next time you're bored of spaghetti and meatballs, grab some strawberries and yogurt and join the craze. Who knows? You might just find your new favourite comfort food. Wimbledon approved. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment, and subscribe for more delicious discoveries.
If you love hidden history, get ready for this. Sudan, not Egypt, is the real pyramid powerhouse. Yup, you heard that right. Sudan actually has more pyramids than Egypt, over 250, compared to Egypt's 138. But these aren't Egyptian pyramids that just wandered south. They were built by the Kingdom of Kush, a powerful African civilization that ruled along the Nile thousands of years ago. The Kushites built their own style of pyramids in places like Meroe and Nuri. These pyramids are steeper and narrower, made from stepped stone blocks, and stand up to 98 feet tall. That's much smaller than Egypt's Great Pyramid, but there are way more of them. So why haven't you heard of Sudan's pyramids? They've been overlooked by tourists in the world, but they're one of ancient Africa's greatest treasures. Next time you think of pyramids, remember, Sudan has a secret history just waiting to be discovered.
Why do thousands of people risk tears, hiccups, and a fiery mouth just for one chip? The answer might surprise you. Let's talk about the infamous one-chip challenge. Here's the deal. You eat one tortilla chip, yep, just one, packed with Carolina Reaper and scorpion peppers. These peppers are so hot, they're basically edible lava. People have tried it on camera, and what happens next is internet gold-red faces, streaming tears, hiccups, and sometimes, well, a mad dash for ice cream. Some even end up in the ER, so yeah, it's not exactly a spicy snack for the casual chip fan. Paki, the brand behind this madness, slaps a huge warning on every box. Don't say we didn't warn you. So can you handle the heat? Or will you be running for the nearest glass of milk? Drop a comment if you're bold enough to try it, or if just watching is spicy enough for you. If you enjoyed this spicy adventure, do give us a like, drop a comment and subscribe for more daring challenges.
I don't think people understand just how different the world looks to a tetrachromat. Am I the only one who thought we all saw the same colors? Turns out our eyes have some wild secrets. Most of us see about 1 million colors thanks to 3 types of cone cells in our eyes, red, green and blue. But tetrachromats, they've got a 4th cone, letting them spot up to 100 million shades. Imagine a grey pebble path where we see dull stones, they see pinks, greens and even golds. It's a rare superpower, mostly found in women, and linked to the X chromosome. But having the gene isn't enough. You have to train your eyes to unlock it. Artist Concetta Antico describes her world as immersed in color, her paintings bursting with hues most of us can't even imagine. But it's not all rainbows. For some, a supermarket is a dizzying riot of clashing tones. Tetrachromacy reminds us, reality depends on biology. Hit subscribe for more mind-bending science.
I'm about to tell you the wildest dance story ever. In 1518, dancing wasn't just for fun. It was a matter of life and death. Ready for a mystery? In the summer of 1518, a woman in Strasbourg stepped into the street and started dancing. But here's the weird part, she couldn't stop. Within days, dozens of people joined her, dancing through the hot streets day and night. Some collapsed, some never got up again. No one yelled stop, because nobody knew what was happening, and doctors were stumped. Was it a disease, magic, maybe even a curse? Theories flew: poisoned bread, stress, or just mass hysteria. But there was no clear answer. For weeks the city pulsed with non-stop frantic dancing, until, just as suddenly, it ended. The dancing plague of 1518 remains one of history's strangest mysteries. Why did so many dance uncontrollably? And could something like this ever happen again? So next time you feel like busting a move, remember Strasbourg, 1518, that sometimes you really can have too much of a good thing. Like, comment and subscribe. I bet you didn't know there's a law about why small fixes explode into big headaches. Welcome to Zimurgi's first law, where solving one problem makes way for a dozen more. Here's the gist. Once you open a can of worms, the only way to recan them is with a bigger can. In tech, you fix a bug, and suddenly 5 more pop up. In home repairs, patch a leak, and oops, now you've got mold and faulty wiring. Complex systems love surprise chaos. So what do smart folks do? Break problems into small modules, work in stages, and always plan for things going sideways. Because in the world of evolving systems, chaos isn't just possible, it's basically the law. Like, comment and subscribe for more fun insights. Ever heard of a vampire panic before Bram Stoker even picked up a pen? Let me tell you a true story. Back in the 1800s, families across rural New England were terrified. Not of bats or capes, but of something far scarier, wasting away from a disease called consumption. As loved ones coughed up blood and grew weaker, rumours spread. Was something, or someone, draining their life? Locals believed the dead were rising, not as fanged monsters, but as a kind of spirit feeding on the living. If more than one family member got sick, suspicion fell on the last person buried. Townsfolk dug up graves, searching for fresh corpses. If they found liquid blood in the heart, it was burned, sometimes right on the town green. In some cases, people even inhaled the smoke, hoping to break the curse. The most chilling case? Mercy Brown, aged 19, dug up in Rhode Island in 1892. Her heart was burned to save her brother. All this years before Dracula. Creepy, right? If you enjoyed this chilling tale, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more. Why did a respectable doctor steal a body from a grave? And what drove him to keep it hidden for years? Let's uncover the dark secrets behind the corpse bride. In the 1930s, Karl Tanzler, a German-American radiologist, became obsessed with a young patient named Elena Hoyos. After she died of tuberculosis, Tanzler couldn't let her go. So he did something truly unthinkable. He stole her body from the cemetery at night. For years, Tanzler lived with Elena's corpse, desperately trying to preserve it with wax, silk and gallons of perfume. He dressed her up, gave her glass eyes, and even slept beside her. The secret only came out when Eleanor's family grew suspicious and police discovered what Tanzler had done. Shockingly, some people saw his obsession as tragic romance, others called it pure horror. The case became a media sensation, blurring the line between love and madness. So next time you hear the phrase, "love never dies," remember the truly bizarre story of Karl Tanzler and his corpse bride. If you enjoyed this creepy tale, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more. Imagine living in a palace where every sip of wine could be your last. Welcome to King Louis XIV's court. 17th century France wasn't just about fancy wigs and lavish parties. Beneath the gold and glamour, a web of poisonings, black magic and scandal was brewing. The affair of the poisons exploded when fortune-tellers and alchemists began selling deadly potions to the rich and powerful, including the king's own mistress, Madame de Montespan. As nobles dropped dead, rumours spread like wildfire. Secret investigations uncovered a shadowy network of murderers, witches and potion makers operating right under the king's nose. The scandal rocked the royal court. Hundreds were accused and many faced grisly fates. The affair of the poisons forced King Louis XIV to clean house, launching one of the biggest witch hunts in French history. So next time you think royal life was all about luxury, remember in Louis XIV's France, danger was never far from the throne. Who knew the Sun King's court was this dark? If you enjoyed uncovering these secrets, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more history.
Imagine biting into a rare gem. That's what it feels like with a black diamond apple. This unique apple grows in the high-altitude region of Nyingchi, Tibet. Up there, at over 3,500 meters, the intense UV rays and dramatic temperature shifts create its striking deep purple-black skin. But don't let its dark exterior fool you. Inside it has bright white flesh that's naturally sweet and crisp, a true gourmet delicacy. The black diamond apple isn't just a treat for your taste buds, it's a rare gem of the apple world. The trees take up to 8 years to mature, and the growing season is short, making it incredibly rare and coveted. Sold only in select high-end markets, this apple has captured global attention for its beauty and rarity. It's like something out of a fairy tale. So, the next time you hear about the black diamond apple, you'll know it's not just an apple. It's a piece of natural art. Intrigued? Drop a comment and let us know what you'd like to learn about next.
Am I the only one that didn't know London once smelled so bad the government couldn't work? Forget traffic jams. How about a stink so strong it shut down Parliament? Let's talk about the Great Stink. Back in 1858, London's River Thames was basically an open toilet. All kinds of waste, yes, even human, were dumped right in. When a heatwave hit, the river turned into a giant stink bomb. The smell was so bad, politicians tried soaking curtains in chlorine just to breathe. But nothing worked. Parliament literally had to close because lawmakers couldn't handle the pong. But here's the upside. The Great Stink finally convinced everyone that London needed a modern sewer system. Enter Joseph Bazalgette, a real-life superhero with a blueprint for cleaner living. Thanks to him, Londoners got fresh air and clean water. So next time you flush, remember, it took a citywide stink to make sanitation history.
What if your favourite jacket found its way back to you, even after you were gone? Sounds impossible, right, Edra? Think again. So, picture this. A man loves his old, comfy jacket, but when he passes away, it accidentally gets donated to Goodwill. That should be the end of the story, except it's not. 3 whole years later, the man's aunt is shopping at a Goodwill store 1,000 miles away. She spots a jacket that looks strangely familiar. She checks the tag, and boom! It's her nephew's name right there, staring back at her. What are the chances? The same jacket lost and found across the country, like it had its own unfinished business. Some people say it's just a wild coincidence. Others? Well, they think there might be a little magic, or maybe a message from beyond. So next time you clean out your closet, remember, some things just aren't ready to say goodbye. Would your favourite jacket come back to you? Let me know what you think in the comments. And don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more amazing stories. You need to hear this if you're a Frisbee fan. Imagine loving Frisbees so much that you become one. That's Ed Hedrick's story. Ed Hedrick, the man who reshaped the way we play, didn't just create the modern Frisbee, he won. Working for Wham-O, he redesigned the flying disc into the aerodynamic marvel we know today. But Ed didn't stop there. He founded the Professional Disc Golf Association and put disc golf on the map. A true legend in the sport. But get this, when Ed passed away in 2002, his ashes were turned into limited edition Frisbees. His family and friends threw these memorial discs in his honor, making sure Ed kept playing even after death. His son said he wanted us to use his ashes in making some Frisbees. He even said he hopes we throw them around in his honor one alms. Talk about leaving a unique legacy. Ed Hedrick didn't just leave behind a game, he became part of it, quite literally. Peculiar, poetic, perfect. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more amazing tales. I bet you didn't know some people can remember every tiny detail of their lives. Yep, even the awkward stuff. Let's dive into the world of hyperthymesia. Hyperthymesia, also called highly superior autobiographical memory, is a rare condition where people can instantly recall personal memories from any day. No tricks or special training needed. Give them a date and they'll tell you exactly what happened, how they felt, and even what the weather was like. But it's not all fun and games. Imagine never being able to forget the embarrassing or painful moments. They come back as clearly as happy memories. Some people with hypothermesia say it's exhausting, and they even have to train themselves to ignore certain memories just to get by. Scientists have found that their brains are a little different, especially in areas linked to memory and emotion. So, while remembering everything sounds amazing, it can be a tough way to live. Hypothymesia, it's more than just a super memory. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment and subscribe. Why are there not more people talking about the word uncopyrightable? It's a hidden gem for word nerds. Let's break down what makes it so special. The word is uncopyrightable. That means something can't be protected by copyright, like ideas, facts, or plain old recipes. But here's where it gets wild. Every single letter in uncopyrightable is used only once. That's right, 15 unique letters, no repeats. Most long words double up on letters, but not this one. That's what makes uncopyrightable the longest English word with all different letters. It's like the holy grail for word geeks and Scrabble champs. So, next time you want to impress someone with a quirky fact, drop this one. Uncopyrightable is the ultimate non-repeating word. Bet they've never heard that before. If you love cool word trivia, hit that follow. There's plenty more where this came from. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment and subscribe for more word trivia. If you're a trivia fan, get ready for this wild slice of history. Ever heard of a pig causing an international crisis? Buckle up. Back in 1859 on the San Juan Islands, a British pig wandered into an American settler's garden and started snacking on potatoes. The American, not thrilled about sharing his lunch, shot the pig. Suddenly angry words flew, and pretty soon both the US and Britain sent troops to the islands over one pig. Tensions got so high that war seemed possible, all because of a porky trespasser. But thankfully, cooler heads and maybe some bacon lovers prevailed. After a whole lot of staring contests and zero battles, both sides decided peace was best. In the end, the only casualty was the poor pig. So next time you hear a pig squeal, remember, history could have looked a lot different. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating history.
I think I messed up, but according to Murphy's Law, that's just business as usual. Ever wondered who Murphy actually was? Edward A. Murphy Jr. was a real guy, a no-nonsense aerospace engineer back in the 1940s. During rocket sled tests, a tech wired some sensors wrong. Murphy muttered, "If there's any way to do it wrong, he'll find it." Dr. John Stapp, the project lead, later paraphrased it as "anything that can go wrong will go wrong." The phrase spread like wildfire through engineering circles, then hit mainstream fame in the 1970s thanks to a best-selling book. So next time life throws you a curveball, blame Murphy. But remember, it's really a lesson in double-checking your work. For more brainy backstories, hit subscribe, because what could possibly go wrong?
Everybody's looking for their doppelganger, right? Well, how about 3? In one pub? Welcome to the S. Kemp Society, membership accidental. Picture this, a cozy UK pub, 4 strangers and a whole lot of confusion. Each person strolls in, orders a pint and introduces themselves. "Hi, I'm S. Kemp." "Wait, I'm S. Kemp too." By the time the 4th S. Kemp joins, the pub's convinced it's being pranked by the universe. Now, let's talk odds. Kemp isn't super rare, but it's not Smith either. And first names starting with maybe 1 in 10. 4 unrelated S. Kemps altogether by chance? That's lottery-level luck, or maybe a matrix glitch. Some say it's fate, others say it's a bug in the simulation. But everyone agreed, sometimes life's best punchlines are totally unscripted. Cheers to wild coincidence. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Do fish ever get thirsty? Like, are they swimming around desperate for a drink? The short answer, not like humans do. Thirst is a feeling that makes us seek water. But fish are literally surrounded by water, so things work differently. Thirst is a cognitive response that fish don't experience like we do. Saltwater fish do actively drink water. The ocean is saltier than their blood, so they lose water through osmosis and must drink to stay hydrated. They even produce super salty urine to get rid of excess salt. Freshwater fish, they don't drink at all. Water naturally flows into their bodies through their skin and gills because they have more salt than the surrounding water. No drinking required. It's all about osmoregulation, using gills, kidneys and specialized cells to balance salt and water. So fish don't feel thirsty. They've got nature's perfect hydration system built right in. Forget Harry Potter. This is why you need to know about Victorian England's wildest wizard versus witch battle. Wizards, witches, and a lot of magical shade. Let's get into it. Picture this. It's 1837. Crowds are lining up, but not for a Quidditch match. They're here for two stage rivals ready to conjure chaos. First up, John Henry Anderson, the Wizard of the North. He's a Scottish magician with big tricks and even bigger swagger. Think bullet catching, rabbit pulling, and posters everywhere. Across town, Signora Josephine, the Witch of the West. She's all mystery, dark veils, and illusions with a supernatural twist. Their feud, legendary. Anderson accused Josephine of stealing tricks and messing with his props. Josephine clapped back, calling his act mechanical and ouch, boring. Audiences ate it up. Magic duels, snarky ads, and more drama than a broomstick crash. Anderson became a legend. But their rivalry? That's the real magic. Victorian London, where wizards and witches battled for the ultimate standing ovation. If you enjoyed this magical showdown, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more enchanting stories. Let's dive into the top 3 superpowers that consistently dominate fan rankings. These powers aren't just cool, they're game changers. Number 1, time manipulation. Pause it, rewind it, fast forward it. It's the ultimate cheat code. Undo mistakes, see the future, escape any situation. Number 2, telekinesis. Move objects with your mind, no hands required. Fly by lifting yourself, heal wounds, reshape environments, from floating spoons to manipulating matter at the atomic level. Number 3, precognition. Seeing the future before it happens gives you an unbeatable edge. Make perfect choices, avoid danger, plan for success. Like Spider-Man's Spidey sense or seeing lottery numbers. Which superpower would you choose? Let me know in the comments. Like, comment and subscribe for more superpowered content. Am I the only one who never questioned my breakfast? Turns out some people think cereal is actually soup. All right, team, yes, here's your case. Cereal is a liquid dish with solid bits served in a bowl, eaten with a spoon, exactly like soup. And cold soups exist. Ever heard of gazpacho? But now for the naysayers. Real soup needs a broth or stock. No one's simmering their cornflakes in chicken broth. Soup is usually savoury and cooked, while cereal is sweet and straight from the box. Let's check the dictionary. Merriam-Webster calls soup a liquid food with meat, fish or vegetable stock. Dictionary.com says soup needs to be boiled or simmered. By those rules, sorry, cereal fans, your breakfast is an imposter. But hey, if you want to call cereal breakfast soup, go for it. Just don't expect to see it listed next to the minestrone. So what do you think? Soup or not? Let us know. Like, comment and subscribe for more breakfast debates. This is why your luck always seems worse when your wallet's on the line. Jennings' corollary explains why disaster loves expensive company. Jennings' corollary states the chance of toast hitting your carpet butter side down is directly proportional to how much that carpet costs. Basically, the nicer your rug, the more likely you'll be cleaning buttery stains off it. But here's the deal, it's not physics, it's psychology. We remember mishaps that hurt our wallets or feelings way more. A $5 rug? Meh? A $5,000 Persian? Cue the melodrama. Sure, toast does actually flip butter side down thanks to physics, but the real twist is how our brains notice bad luck when it stings most. So next time disaster strikes, remember, it's just your mind, not the universe, playing tricks. Like, comment and subscribe for more fun facts and quirky science. Think gutters are just for catching leaves? Think again. They're your home's secret defenders. Gutters are designed to collect rainwater from your roof and channel it safely away from your house. Without them, rain would pour right off the edges, soaking the ground around your foundation. That can lead to cracks, shifting, or even basement flooding. Gutters also stop soil erosion, protect your landscaping, and keep your siding and paint from getting ruined. And get this, gutters go way back in history. Ancient civilizations used them, and they've only gotten better with time. So, do you really need gutters? If you've got heavy rain, a basement, or want to keep your house looking great, the answer's yes. Next time it rains, thank your gutters. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment, and subscribe for more home tips. I bet you didn't know a goldfish could outlive your childhood pet, your first car, and maybe even your parents. Let's talk about Tish, the legendary goldfish from Thirsk, UK. Back in 1956, a boy named Peter Hand won Tish and his buddy Tosh at a local fun fair. Fast forward, Tosh checks out in the 70s, but Tish, he just keeps swimming and swimming and swimming. Tish made it to the ripe age of 43, earning a Guinness World Record in 1998. Yes, really. So what was his secret? Minimal feeding, no goldfish buffet for Tish. Sunbathing sessions for a little fishy vitamin D. And a super simple life clean water, no fancy filters, and a whole lot of love from the Hand family. Legend says he even recognized his owner, Hilda, and wiggled extra at feeding time. Tish was more than a pet. He was a scaly senior citizen, proving even tiny creatures can make a huge splash in our lives. If you enjoyed Tish's story, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more amazing animal tales. Why do hundreds of people grab toilet paper and scissors every year? To make wedding dresses, of course. Yes, this is a real contest, and the results are roll-droppingly fabulous. Every year, creative geniuses and brave souls enter the toilet paper wedding dress contest. The rules: use only toilet paper, tape, glue and thread, no sneaky fabric allowed. Charmin Ultra Strong is the go-to because, let's face it, nobody wants a wardrobe malfunction at the altar. Judges are on the lookout for wild creativity, perfect craftsmanship and somehow actual wearability. Top prize, $10,000. Second and third win cash, and the fan favourite gets a year's supply of Charmin. Because what's more glamorous than endless soft TP? Designs range from glamorous mermaid gowns like Van Traan's sparkling 10-roll masterpiece to unique creations best left in the bathroom. Want to see these masterpieces? Check out Charm Wedding's site or Charmin's contest page. Who knew toilet paper could be this? If you enjoyed this, do like, comment and subscribe for more quirky contests.
This is going to blow your mind. Let's explore the weirdest mysteries you've never heard about. Ever heard of the Man in the Iron Mask? A prisoner hidden away under a shroud of secrecy for over 30 years. And what about the Somerton Man? Found dead on an Australian beach with a cryptic note in his pocket. No one knows who he is. Then there's D.B. Cooper, the infamous skyjacker who vanished into thin air with a bag full of cash. Or Caspar Hauser, the boy who appeared out of nowhere claiming to have grown up in total isolation. And let's not forget the mystery of the green children of Woolpit, 2 kids with green skin, speaking an unknown language. These mysteries are more than just stories, they are puzzles that remain unsolved to this day. So, which one haunts your thoughts the most? Let me know in the comments. Until next time, keep questioning everything.
I will never look at a banana the same way again after hearing this. Let's dive into the world of hilariously dumb criminals. First up, we got a guy who tried to rob a bank with a banana. Yep, that potassium-packed fruit didn't fool anyone. Then there's the genius who glued his hands to the counter during a break-in. Smooth move, buddy. Oh, and don't forget the dude who ran from the cops straight into a tiger enclosure. Spoiler alert, he didn't win that race. Next, a thief who broke into a house through the chimney. Santa called. He wants his job back. One guy decided to rob a store dressed as a tree. He definitely didn't leave unnoticed. And how about the burglar who left his ID at the crime scene? Talk about a calling card. We also have a mastermind who tried to escape prison by mailing himself out. The postage was insufficient, obviously. Another one stole a car to drive to his court date for car theft. Irony, anyone? Lastly, remember the guy who tried to steal a cop car? While the cops were still in it. There you have it, folks. 10 hilariously dumb criminals proving that crime doesn't always pay. In brains.
If you think adventure is just for the boys, think again. These 2 women smashed the rules and blazed their own trails. Ready to get inspired? First up, Isabella Bird. Born sickly and told to stay home, she packed her bags and proved everyone wrong. Isabella rode solo across the wild American West, befriended outlaws, and even dressed as a man to travel safely in Asia. Her stories didn't just entertain, they changed minds. In 1892, she broke barriers as the first woman in the Royal Geographical Society. Now meet Ida Pfeiffer. Mother of 2, she started exploring at 45. On her own, she circled the globe twice, collecting specimens and writing best-selling books translated worldwide. Ida's courage won her a spot in elite geography clubs that once only allowed men. These women didn't just travel, they shattered expectations. Their journeys prove that adventure and greatness belongs to anyone bold enough to chase it. If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe.
You need to watch this if you're searching for a little more peace and inspiration in your life. Hawaiian proverbs might be just what you need. Let's dive in together. Hawaiian proverbs called Olelo Noel are more than just sayings. They're lessons from the islands, often inspired by nature and the spirit of community. For example, He ali ka aina, He kawa ke kanaka. The land is chief, man is its servant. This reminds us to respect and care for nature because it takes care of us. Or, Aohe hana nui ke aluia. No task is too big when done together. Teamwork, kindness, and wisdom, all in just a handful of words. So next time you need a little encouragement, try reading a Hawaiian proverb. You might find the magic you've been searching for.
I'm sure you've heard the news. Screens mess with your sleep. But did you know your Netflix choices could be invading your dreams? Here's how it works. Intense shows like horror or thrillers can lead to nightmares or restless dreams. Can lead to nightmares or restless dreams, comedies or nature docs. They're more likely to spark fun or pleasant dreams. They're more likely to spark fun or pleasant dreams. Suspenseful content keeps your brain buzzing, making it harder to fall asleep and making your dreams more fragmented. Making it harder to fall asleep and making your dreams more fragmented. Plus, blue light from screens delays REM sleep and zaps your dream recall. Delays REM sleep and zaps your dream recall. Want sweeter dreams? Switch to calming activities an hour before bed, use night mode or choose lighter shows. Dream journal, anyone? If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe for more.
What do penguin counters, professional mourners and chicken cannon operators have in common? You guessed it, these are all real jobs. Let's start with airport chicken cannon specialists. Their job? Firing chickens? Yes, actual chickens. From cannons at airplane windshields. Why? To test how well planes stand up to bird strikes. Prefer something less feathery. You could be a penguin counter in Antarctica. It's cold, it's remote, and your main task is literally counting penguins. Or how about a professional mourner? In some cultures, people hire folks to show up at funerals and, well, cry convincingly. Bird watching more your speed. There are paid ornithologists whose entire job is to spot rare birds and jot down notes in the wild. Still looking for your calling? Try being a face feeler. Someone hired to test the smoothness of shaving products. Want more weird trivia? Subscribe, because you never know what job you'll be perfect for.
You need to hear this if you love real-life mysteries. Old New England apartments are hiding something wild. Let's crawl into the secrets beneath the floorboards. In a historic New England apartment, once a 19th century cotton mill, tenants have uncovered bizarre crawl spaces sealed off with bricks, leading nowhere. Some found glowing holes in the floor, casting weird light. Maybe old chemicals, electrical wiring, or even glowing mold. At night, they hear scratching, whispers, and distant hums with no source. It's not the first time New England's hidden underworld has surfaced. From smugglers' tunnels in Boston's North End to secret passages used in the Underground Railroad, this region is built on layers of secrets. Were these crawl spaces ventilation shafts, emergency escapes, or sites for secret society meetings? No one really knows, but it's a chilling reminder there's a whole world of mystery beneath our feet. If you enjoyed this mystery, like, comment, and subscribe for more hidden stories.
This is going to blow your mind. Boston's most famous park is actually hiding wartime bunkers and an abandoned subway below your feet. Back in World War II, bunkers were built deep under Boston Common to protect people from air raids. Today, they're sealed off, but their eerie legacy remains. And that's not all. Right beneath the grass, the Tremont Street subway still rumbles along. Opened in 1897, it was America's first subway. Some stations, like the old Scully Square, were abandoned in the 60s and are now frozen in time, complete with vintage signs and empty platforms. Next time you stroll the Common, just remember, history is lurking right under your feet. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment, and subscribe for more hidden history. T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, if they were in a group chat who'd roast who the hardest to... Let's find out! First up, speed. T-Mobile's got Need for Speed vibes, clocking in at a zippy 299 megabits per second. Verizon's no slouch at 220, and AT&T DT's bringing up the rear at 200. So if you want downloads faster, then you can say buffering T-Mobile's your pal. Now coverage. Verizon's the overachiever, crushing it in cities and the middle of nowhere. T-Mobile's coverage is getting better, but in the boonies, Verizon still wins the family road trip. And value? T-Mobile flexes with Netflix and in-flight Wi-Fi. Verizon brings Disney plus Hulu and ESPN plus. AT&T, HBO Max. Sorry, it's just Max now. Final verdict? T-Mobile's the speedster with the perks. Verizon rules coverage and reliability. AT&T is the reliable middle child. Choose your fighter. If you hate the sting of cleaning cuts but still want real protection, antiseptic wipes are your new best friend. Here's what you need to know. Antiseptic wipes aren't just regular cleaning wipes. They're pre-moistened with germ-fighting agents like benzalkonium chloride or isopropyl alcohol, designed to clean minor cuts, scrapes and burns while helping prevent infection. They're compact, mess-free and super easy to toss in your bag or first aid kit. Unlike standard wipes, antiseptic wipes specifically kill bacteria and reduce the risk of infection without harsh chemicals or stinging. Want gentle care? Try Dynarex BZK towelettes, alcohol-free and perfect for sensitive skin. Prefer something sting-free? First aid. Only makes refill packs that are easy and safe. So next time you're packing for a trip or stocking up at home, don't forget antiseptic wipes. They're the quickest, cleanest way to keep small wounds safe. If you enjoyed this guide, please like, comment and subscribe for more helpful tips. If your de-stress toolkit includes a pacifier, you might be living in China in 2025. This quirky trend is blowing up. Let's break down the timeline. In July 2025, online shops reported selling over 2,000 adult pacifiers every month. By August, the trend hit 60 million views on Chinese social media. Talk about going viral. People say these pacifiers help with stress, sleep and even quitting smoking. Influencers claim it brings back childhood comfort, and prices range from $1.40 to $70. But here's the catch. Dentists warn about dental problems and choking risks, while psychologists worry about avoiding real-life challenges. So, are adult pacifiers a cute comfort or a weird fad? What do you think? If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more. When a severe allergic reaction strikes, every second counts. That's where the EpiPen comes in. An EpiPen is a life-saving auto-injector that delivers a precise dose of epinephrine, also known as adrenaline, to treat anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis can cause difficulty breathing, dangerous swelling of face and throat, severe hives and itching. The EpiPen relaxes airway muscles to restore breathing. It tightens blood vessels to raise blood pressure and reduces swelling. Inject firmly into the outer thigh, even through clothing. But remember, always call 911 immediately after use. Doctors prescribe EpiPens for people with severe allergies to foods, insects or medications, especially those who've experienced anaphylaxis before. Always keep your EpiPen with you. Teach others how to use it. Replace before expiration. The EpiPen is your lifeline against severe allergic reactions. Stay prepared, stay safe. Like, comment and subscribe. Everybody's looking for a quick wellness fix these days. Exposing the truth behind the apple cider vinegar challenge. Could a daily sip really make a difference? The apple cider vinegar challenge is simple. 1 tablespoon of raw unfiltered ACV, mixed with 8 ounces of water every day for up to a month. Fans say it may help with weight management. It might steady your blood sugar. It could improve digestion. Experts point to acetic acid. And the mother in raw ACV, some even swear by clearer skin and less bloating. But a word of caution. Undiluted ACV can erode tooth enamel. It can upset your stomach, so always mix ACV with water. Avoid drinking it straight. Want to try the challenge? Add fresh lemon or stir in honey or sprinkle cinnamon. These add flavor and extra perks. Are you up for the challenge? Like, comment and subscribe for more wellness tips. Ever see someone feeding pigeons and wonder if it's actually allowed? Spoiler, it's not! San Francisco might be famous for sourdough bread, but giving it to pigeons, that's a no-go. Feeding pigeons on city sidewalks is actually illegal. Sounds harsh, but there's a good reason. When you feed pigeons, you're not really helping them. Extra food attracts way more birds than the city can handle, and, let's be real, the more pigeons, the more poop. That mess isn't just gross, it spreads germs, damages buildings, and makes sidewalks slippery. Plus, pigeons start depending on handouts, which isn't good for their health. They forget how to find proper food and can get sick from eating things like bread or chips. And nobody wants sick, cranky pigeons hanging around, right? So next time you see those birds eyeing your sandwich, remember, feeding pigeons is a big no in San Francisco, for everyone's sake. including the pigeons. Stay snack smart, San Francisco. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Ever wondered why lobsters bleed blue, not red? Let's crack the secret. Okay, here's the scoop. Lobster blood is actually colorless when it's inside their bodies. But as soon as it hits oxygen, bam, it turns bright blue. So why does this happen? Unlike humans who have iron in their blood, lobsters use copper. Their blood contains a special molecule called hemocyanin. When hemocyanin meets oxygen, it changes color, kind of like a mood ring for lobsters, but way cooler. This blue blood isn't just for show. It actually helps lobsters survive in the chilly, low-oxygen waters where they live. Copper is super effective at grabbing and carrying oxygen, even when there's not much around. So next time you see a lobster, remember, inside it's got some seriously cool science flowing through its veins. Blue blood might sound royal, but for lobsters, it's just how they roll. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I'm sure you've seen those tough gloves mechanics wear. But what makes them so special? Let's find out. Mechanic gloves aren't just for show. They're made with strong synthetic blends. Think of them like advanced fabrics that protect your hands from cuts and scrapes. These gloves are also oil resistant, so slippery tools are way less of a problem. Ever tried tightening a bolt with oily hands? Not fun? That's where the padded grip comes in. It helps you hold tools tight even when things get messy under the hood. Plus, the padding adds comfort so your hands don't ache after a long day of fixing and building. In short, mechanic gloves keep your hands safe, give you a better grip, and make tough jobs a little easier. So next time you work on your car, don't forget the gloves. Your hands will thank you. If you enjoyed this video, do give it a like, leave a comment, and subscribe for more hands-on tips. Are you skeptical when experts ignore inconvenient facts? Meyer's law explains why. You'll never look at scientific arguments the same way again. Back in 1960, psychologist Norman Maier joked, "If the facts do not conform to the theory, they must be disposed of." He wasn't serious. He was calling out scientists who clung to neat theories, even when reality got messy. How did they dispose of facts? Rename them, leave them out, or just pretend they don't exist? Meyer's law is a satirical warning. Don't let pride blind you to evidence. Whether you're a scientist or a curious learner, remember, real progress means letting facts lead the way, even if it gets uncomfortable, like comment and subscribe for more insightful videos. Am I the only one that didn't know wombats drop cube-shaped poop? Seriously, nature's got jokes. So why squares and not circles? Deep in the wilds of Australia, wombats are leaving behind the weirdest calling card cube-shaped poop. And get this, they can make up to 100 little cubes a day. But it's not just for show. Wombats use these cubes to mark their territory, sort of like putting up a "this is my turf" sign, except it's, poop. The cube shape is super important. Since the cubes don't roll away, they stay exactly where the wombat wants, on rocks, logs, even tree stumps. Scientists discovered that inside the wombat's super long intestines, the poop gets slowly squished and shaped by different stretchy and stiff spots, kind of like a slow-moving Play-Doh machine. So next time you think nature ran out of ideas, remember, for wombats, cubes are the secret to peace, power, and a poop that's impossible to ignore. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more wild facts. I will never see guinea pigs the same way after learning this law. In Switzerland, keeping just one is a no-go. Here's why. So, what's up with this law? Guinea pigs are super social animals. They love having buddies. In fact, being alone can make them stressed, anxious, or even depressed. Swiss lawmakers said, nope, that's not cool, and made it illegal to keep a single guinea pig. If your guinea pig passes away and you're left with one, don't worry. Switzerland even has guinea pig matchmaking services to find your little fluff ball a new friend. It's basically guinea pig Tinder, but with more lettuce and less swiping. Switzerland takes animal happiness pretty seriously. So, next time you see a group of guinea pigs, remember, in Switzerland it's the law. Who knew being a good pet owner could mean doubling the squeaks? Would you follow this law if it came to your country? Let me know in the comments. If you enjoyed this, do give it a like, leave a comment, and subscribe for more curious facts. If you own a kitchen, you already know. Cleaning it is like brushing your teeth while eating Oreos. Seriously, kitchens have their own rules. Let's talk about the law that proves it. Here's the frustrating truth. No matter how hard you scrub, wipe or organize, a spotless kitchen is about as real as a unicorn riding a Roomba. This law is part of Murphy's Law's big funny family. Satirical rules dreamed up by people like Professor James R. Martin and featured in collections like the Murphy's Law Desk calendar. Spoiler, it's not science, it's observational humour. Why is it so relatable? Kitchens are ground zero for entropy. Make a sandwich and suddenly there's mayo on the ceiling. Plus we kitchens to be clean, so the tiniest crumb feels like a crime scene. If you've ever cleaned the counters only to find the sink full or swept the floor just before someone drops a cracker, you already know kitchen chaos is universal. So next time you spot a mess, just remember, it's not you, it's the law. Like, comment and subscribe.
Could the next global conflict be closer than we think? Here's what you need to know. In today's world, military power is more than just soldiers and tanks. We're talking drones, robots, and high-tech weapons straight out of a sci-fi movie. Countries like the US, China, Russia, and North Korea are leading the charge. Imagine autonomous vehicles making battlefield decisions or drones conducting surveillance and strikes with pinpoint accuracy. These advancements could change the face of warfare, but it's not just about the tech. Tensions between these superpowers are rising. Trade wars, cyber attacks, and territorial disputes add fuel to the fire. So what does this mean for us? While the possibility of World War III is daunting, understanding the tech and tensions can help us prepare and hopefully prevent conflict. Stay informed and stay hopeful, because knowledge is our best defense. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more insights.
If you're a science fan who loves weird dinner debates, this one's for you. Lab-grown meat from your own cells. So, would you eat yourself? All right, here's the deal. Lab-grown meat can be made from anyone's muscle cells, even yours. No harm, no farms, just a petri dish and some science magic. Technically, it's not cannibalism. No one got hurt and nobody's not alive. But let's get weird. Would eating your own cloned meat feel like self-cannibalism? Or just like munching on a burger with an awkward backstory? Are you recycling or breaking some ancient taboo? And how do you even brag about that? This steak? Oh, it's me. I'm delicious. Some people would do it for science or just for the story. Others say it's way too creepy. Reddit would lose its mind. So here's the ultimate thought experiment. At a dinner party where everyone brings their own cloned meat, do you sample everyone's dish or just stick to salad? Let me know, would you try a bite of yourself? If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment and subscribe for more curious science debates. Exposing the truth behind the raw garlic challenge. Can one stinky bulb really boost your health, or is it just a recipe for social disaster? Let's break it down. The raw garlic challenge dares you to eat 1 to 3 raw cloves every day for up to a month. Why? Garlic's got allicin, a natural compound that fires up your immune system and fights off germs. Some folks claim clearer skin, some claim crazy gym pumps. Yep, garlic for the gains. But let's get real. With great garlic comes great garlic breath and sweat. You might even smell like an Italian restaurant from the inside out. Raw garlic can also be tough on your stomach. So start slow. Pro tip, crush to unlock the goodness. Pro tip, chop to unlock the goodness. Mix it in pesto. Swallow like a pill to dodge the burn. Aftermath, chewing cloves, the spice. Aftermath, mouthwash aftermath, coconut oil to battle the odor. Would you try it, or will you pass the garlic? If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe for more curious challenges. What I wish I knew at my last road trip, 41 people can fit in a single car. Turns out, that's not just a recipe for chaos. It's an actual world record. Buckle up for this wild ride. On May 16th, 2015, in Russia, a team of tiny gymnasts and dancers pulled off the ultimate clown car stunt, stuffing 41 people into a Toyota RAV4. Yeah, that's right, 41 humans, one compact SUV. How did they do it? Think human Tetris. Everyone was small, super flexible, and probably had a lot of trust in each other's deodorant. The rules: no modified cars, no dangling limbs, and the doors had to close completely, for at least 5 seconds. Guinness officials watched every cramped second, making sure no toes were peeking out. So next time you're fighting for legroom, just remember, at least you're not number 41 in a RAV4. Like, comment and subscribe for more quirky facts. Why aren't more people talking about Elaine Davidson? She holds a world record for piercings, like thousands. Here's the wild story. Elaine Davidson, born in Brazil and now dazzling Edinburgh, turned her body into a living masterpiece of metal. In 2000, Guinness first counted 462 piercings, 192 just on her face. But she didn't stop. By 2009, she reached over 6,000. Officially, Guinness recognizes 4,225. But Elaine dreams of hitting 20,000 someday. Once a nurse, now a global icon, her piercings weigh up to 3 kilograms. She's starred in documentaries, TV shows, and even board games. Talk about commitment to your craft. Like, comment and subscribe. Tonic immobility or playing dead is a reflexive paralysis some animals use to survive. Mammals, the opossum is the poster child, collapsing, emitting foul odors and even foaming at the mouth. Rabbits can freeze when terrified, a common reflex during predator encounters. Fawns rely on stillness and spotted camouflage to avoid detection. Reptiles, some snakes, like hognoses, flip over, gape, and release odors to mimic death. Iguanas often freeze when threatened, especially in captivity. Certain frogs simply stay motionless, blending into their surroundings. Fish, some sharks enter tonic immobility when flipped. Orcas even exploit this. Orcas have been seen flipping sharks or stingrays to immobilize them. Even goldfish and trout can become immobile when extremely stressed. Birds, chickens can freeze when hypnotized by gentle stroking or a line in front of them. Turkeys show a similar freezing response. Invertebrates, lobsters can enter a trance-like immobility when stroked. Many insects feign death to avoid predators. Tonic immobility is more than a trick. It's a powerful evolutionary tool for survival. Like, comment and subscribe. Tonic immobility or playing dead is a reflexive paralysis some animals use to survive. Mammals, the opossum is the poster child, collapsing, emitting foul odors and even foaming at the mouth. Rabbits can freeze when terrified, a common reflex during predator encounters. Fawns rely on stillness and spotted camouflage to avoid detection. Reptiles, some snakes, like hognoses, flip over, gape, and release odors to mimic death. Iguanas often freeze when threatened, especially in captivity. Certain frogs simply stay motionless, blending into their surroundings. Fish, some sharks enter tonic immobility when flipped. Orcas even exploit this. Orcas have been seen flipping sharks or stingrays to immobilize them. Even goldfish and trout can become immobile when extremely stressed. Birds, chickens can freeze when hypnotized by gentle stroking or a line in front of them. Turkeys show a similar freezing response. Invertebrates, lobsters can enter a trance-like immobility when stroked. Many insects feign death to avoid predators. Tonic immobility is more than a trick. It's a powerful evolutionary tool for survival. Like, comment and subscribe. You won't believe Napoleon's fluffy defeat. Stop picturing fierce battles. Imagine Napoleon the Conqueror running from rabbits. Sounds ridiculous? Just wait. Picture this. Napoleon, fresh off a big military win. He wanted to celebrate with a rabbit hunt. His men gathered hundreds of bunnies for the hunt. They picked cuddly ones. They picked tame ones instead of wild hares. When the cages opened, they didn't run away. They ran straight at Napoleon and his troops. The mighty general and his men were suddenly under attack by a wave of fluffy fury. They swarmed their legs. They climbed up their coats and forced them to retreat. Yes, Napoleon had to flee. The man who conquered Europe had to flee from an army of bunnies. It's proof sometimes history's most epic fails are also the cutest. Seriously, fluffy ambush. Want more weird history? Follow for more crazy tales from the past. Napoleon versus bunnies. Spoiler, bunnies win. Fluffy victory. Sources in description. Replay that fluffy ambush. Like, comment and subscribe for more jolly tales.
This is gonna blow your mind. Did you know the American flag has changed 26 times? And its true origin is more mysterious than you think. Let's dive in. The very first American flag, called the Grand Union flag, was raised in 1776 by George Washington. But the official flag, Congress made it official in 1777. 13 stripes for the original colonies and stars for each state. Who designed it? That's still debated. Frances Hopkinson gets credit, but Betsy Ross is the legendary seamstress. Red stands for valor, white for purity, blue for justice. Today we have 50 stars, one for every state, and we call it Old Glory or the Star-Spangled Banner. Next time you see the flag, remember, it's more than a symbol, it's America's story. You won't believe these real beach airports. Ever heard of a runway that disappears at high tide? Let's check out Copalis State Airport. Tucked between the Copalis River and Copalis Rocks in Washington, this isn't your typical landing strip. The runway is literally the beach, usable only at low tide since the ocean swallows it up twice a day. It used to stretch 4,500 feet, but erosion keeps shrinking it. Pilots dodge driftwood, clam diggers, cars, and even wildlife just to touch down here. There's no control tower, no fuel, no hangars, just a windsock and a battered logbook. Want to try it? You'd better check those tide tables and stay away from protected wildlife zones. Copalis proves some airports are all about pure adventure. Like, comment, and subscribe for more amazing stories.
I'm sure you've heard the news. In eastern Romania, bears come out to dance every winter. No, not real bears, people in bearskins keeping a wild ancient ritual alive. The bear dance, or Ursuriasca, is Europe's oldest pagan ritual, going back to the ancient Dacians, way before the Romans showed up. Locals put on heavy real bearskins, some weighing 50 kilos. Then they parade through villages with drummers, flutes, and wild costumes, chasing away evil spirits and celebrating the new year. The bear's hibernation? That's death. Its return in spring? Rebirth. Even medieval kings and communists couldn't stop it. Today, from tiny villages to big town parades, the bear dance is pure Romanian magic.
If you enjoyed this, do like, comment, and subscribe for more fascinating stories.
Imagine thousands of nearly naked men sprinting through the freezing night, fighting for sticks and good luck. Welcome to Japan's wildest festival, Hadaka Matsuri. If you think your last party got out of hand, wait until you see Japan's Naked Festival. Thousands of dudes in loincloths battling for fortune. Yep, this is real life. Every February in Okayama, thousands of men wearing nothing but white loincloths and socks cram into Saidaiji Temple. At exactly 10 p.m., the lights go out and the priest throws 2 sacred sticks, called shingi, into the crowd. Whoever snags one and shoves it in a box, he's crowned lucky man and gets a whole year of good fortune. But in Aichi's version, it gets even weirder. One guy, shaved head to toe, runs through the mob totally naked. The goal? Everyone tries to touch him and pass on their bad luck. It's freezing, it's chaotic, and it's all about casting off misfortune and starting fresh. So, would you dare join the madness?
If you enjoyed this wild festival, do like, comment, and subscribe for more curious stories. If you think bird strikes are rare and harmless, think again. One flight from Madrid to Paris proved just how wild things can get. Just minutes after takeoff, Iberia Flight 579 collided with a massive bird, most likely a vulture, at 6,500 feet. The nose cone was crushed, one engine damaged, and smoke poured into the cabin. Oxygen masks dropped. Passengers grabbed them in a wave of fear described as a domino effect. Viral clips show crying babies and a battered aircraft nose. Despite the chaos, the crew stayed calm and landed safely back in Madrid. Miraculously, all 180 people survived unharmed. Bird strikes rarely cause damage, but this one was a wake-up call. And now, Spanish airports are ramping up bird detection to keep skies safer. If you enjoyed this story, please like, comment, and subscribe for more amazing content. Why are more people not talking about a monkey food fight in Thailand? Every year, Lopburi goes bananas, literally. Here's what happens when thousands of monkeys get an all-you-can-eat buffet. Every November, in the historic city of Lopburi, Thailand, thousands of macaques gather at the ancient Phra Prang Samyot temple. The locals put on a wild buffet with fruits, rice and desserts, sometimes worth thousands of dollars. Monkeys swing in, snatch snacks and sometimes start epic food fights, while tourists and locals watch the chaos unfold. This isn't just a wild party, it's a way to honor the monkeys believed to be descendants of Hanuman, the monkey god. Monkeys bring luck and prosperity, but with over 3,000 of them, things get complicated. Some monkeys steal, invade homes, and the government's even started a monkey relocation program. Would you survive the Monkey Buffet Festival? Like, comment, and subscribe for more wild stories. Air Guitar World Championships, Oulu, Finland. Held annually in Oulu, Finland, the Air Guitar World Championships is a wildly entertaining event where performers from around the world rock out with invisible instruments, channeling pure energy, creativity, and stage presence. What it's all about. No instruments required, just imagination, music, and performance flair. Contestants perform solo routines to rock songs judged on stage presence, technical merit, artistic impression, and the elusive quality of airness, the ability to transcend imitation and become a true rock god. Oulu, Finland, 540 kilometers north of Helsinki, a warm-up for new and veteran performers. Dark Horses qualifier, World Championship final. No strings, no amps, just wild creativity, epic facial expressions and crowd-fueled energy. Judges score on passion, originality. The prize? Eternal glory and maybe a real guitar. Recent champion Zachary Ichabod fame Knowles, Canada, won in 2024 with a dramatic performance of Nickelback's Photograph, complete with kicks, hair tosses, and an all-white outfit. Past winners include performers from Japan, France and the US, each bringing their own flair and costumes, if everyone just played air guitar. So next time you hear your favorite riff, why it matters. The event promotes world peace through music and joy. You can't hold a gun while you play air guitar. It's a celebration of inclusivity, creativity, and unfiltered fun. Don quote, "TB shy." Grab that invisible axe and rock on, like, comment and subscribe for more air guitar madness. What's golden, gooey and totally viral? Welcome to the frozen honey craze. Here's how it works. Grab a plastic bottle, fill it with honey and freeze it until it's thick but squeezable. Pop the cap, out comes this glossy jelly-like honey, ready for that satisfying squish and slurp. The appeal? It's all about the ASMR, the snap, the stretch, and the golden ooze that's basically edible slime. Some add corn syrup or candy for an extra twist. But heads up, it's super messy, and eating a whole bottle means a serious sugar overload. People say it looks cooler than it tastes. But the spectacle? Pure TikTok magic. So will you try the frozen honey challenge, or just watch the sticky chaos unfold? If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe for more sweet trends. Would you hurl tomatoes at a stranger on purpose? Spain's La Tomatina lets you, and it's a world-famous mess. Here's how a town turned chaos into tradition. Every August, the tiny town of Buñol transforms into the world's juiciest battleground, La Tomatina. Picture this. Truckloads of overripe tomatoes, thousands of people, and a countdown to absolute mayhem. But how did it start? Back in 1945, a parade mishap led to a veggie-throwing brawl, with tomatoes flying everywhere. The police broke it up, but locals loved the chaos so much they brought it back year after year. Then, in the 1950s, the festival was banned. Locals staged a tomato funeral, literally marching a giant tomato in a coffin. Their protest worked, and now La Tomatina is a global bucket list bash. The day kicks off with a greased pole climbing contest. Then, boom! 1 hour of tomato-throwing madness. Afterward, the streets are washed down and Buñol returns to normal until next year. Would you dare join the world's biggest food fight?
If you enjoyed this, do give us a like, leave a comment, and subscribe for more delightful stories.
If you think pulling an all-nighter is tough, imagine going 3 nights without sleep. Here's what really happens when you push your body to the limit. Let's break it down. After just 24 hours awake, your reaction time slows and you feel groggy, like you're slightly drunk but far less fun. At 36 hours, your memory and focus take a nosedive. By 48 hours, your body starts to struggle. Hallucinations, mood swings, and even micro-sleeps, tiny moments where your brain just shuts off, kick in. But at 72 hours, reality gets weird. Some people see things that aren't there, hear voices, or forget simple tasks. Your immune system crumbles and decision-making is out the window. It's not just mental, your heart, metabolism, and coordination suffer big time. So next time you think about skipping sleep, remember, your pillow is your friend. Hit subscribe for more bite-sized science before you nod off.
You won't believe who won the Emu War. Why did Australia send soldiers with machine guns to fight emus? 100% true story, and the birds totally owned them. Picture this. It's 1932. Aussie farmers are losing their crops to thousands of giant, angry emus. The government calls in the army with machine guns against birds. What could go wrong, right? Well, turns out emus are basically feathered ninjas. They dodged bullets, they outran trucks, they split up into small squads like it was a heist movie. The soldiers fired thousands of rounds. and only hit a few birds. Meanwhile, the emus just kept eating and running. Eventually, the military had to retreat. Final score, emus 1, humans 0. So next time you see an emu, remember, these birds once defeated an entire army. Australia, home of the only war where the birds actually won. 100% true. Like for more weird history. Remember, respect the emu. Emus 1, humans 0. Like, comment and subscribe for more. In Australia, 2 birds rule the danger charts, the emu and the cassowary. But which is truly the most dangerous? The cassowary is often called the world's most dangerous bird. With dagger-like claws up to 5 inches long, it can leap and slash in an instant. Cassowaries have caused dozens of recorded attacks on humans, including at least 1 fatality. They're fast, aggressive, and fiercely territorial. Emus, on the other hand, are less aggressive but still dangerous. They stand over 6 feet tall and can deliver powerful kicks if threatened. While emu attacks are rare, they can injure people with their strong legs. But their real claim to fame, outsmarting the Australian Army in the infamous Emu War of 1932. So who wins? Cassowaries are deadlier up close, but emus are the only birds to defeat an army. Both deserve respect and a wide berth. Like, comment and subscribe for more wild Aussie showdowns.
Are you curious why 70,000 people camp in a dusty desert every year? I will never look at festivals the same after learning this. Here's the truth behind Burning Man. Fact 1. Burning Man started with just 20 friends burning a wooden figure on a San Francisco beach in 1986. Now, it's a pop-up city of 70,000 in Nevada's Black Rock Desert. Fact 2. There's no money. Seriously. You bring everything you need, and gifting is the only currency. Fact 3. Art is everywhere, from giant climbable sculptures to wild installations even along the city's trash fence. Fact 4. The main event? Burning a 40-foot wooden effigy and a heartfelt temple packed with messages and memories. Fact 5. The #1 rule, no spectators. Everyone creates the experience. Would you go?
If you enjoyed this, do like, comment, and subscribe for more marvelous tales.
In a small village in Bihar, India, a toddler did something unbelievable. At just 2 years old, he was playing outside when a 3-foot-long cobra approached him. The snake coiled around his arm, but in a moment of pure instinct, he bit the cobra on the head, killing it instantly. He lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital. Doctors treated him for venom exposure, but luckily the venom did not enter his bloodstream. After 48 hours of observation, Govinda was discharged with only minor swelling. Experts say he survived because the cobra did not manage to bite him. This incredible story has left both his family and doctors amazed. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more incredible tales. In Australia, 2 birds rule the danger charts, the emu and the cassowary. But which is truly the most dangerous? The cassowary is often called the world's most dangerous bird. With dagger-like claws up to 5 inches long, it can leap and slash in an instant. Cassowaries have caused dozens of recorded attacks on humans, including at least 1 fatality. They're fast, aggressive, and fiercely territorial. Emus, on the other hand, are less aggressive but still dangerous. They stand over 6 feet tall and can deliver powerful kicks if threatened. While emu attacks are rare, they can injure people with their strong legs. But their real claim to fame, outsmarting the Australian Army in the infamous Emu War of 1932. So who wins? Cassowaries are deadlier up close, but emus are the only birds to defeat an army. Both deserve respect and a wide berth. Like, comment and subscribe for more wild Aussie showdowns. You won't believe Australia's most dangerous birds. The emu and the cassowary. One's a giant goofy runner, the emu, the other's a rainforest ninja, the cassowary. Both are huge, fast and not afraid to face humans. In 1932, Australia sent soldiers with machine guns to fight emus. Yes, really, the Emu War, 100% true story. The birds totally owned the army. Meanwhile, cassowaries were busy being the world's most dangerous bird. With dagger claws and a helmet head, cassowaries can send you running. Emus may win wars, but cassowaries win staring contests. So, who's scarier? the army defeating emu, or the ninja cassowary. Either way, respect the birds and maybe keep your distance. Like, comment and subscribe for more wild Aussie history. This might shock you. America isn't even in the top 5 for wealth per person. Here's who's beating the US in 2025. At number 1, Luxembourg, a tiny nation with giant banks and sky-high incomes. Next, Singapore. Its strategic location and tech-savvy economy keep it rich and efficient. Third place, Ireland, thanks to low taxes and global tech giants calling it home. So, where does America fall? Despite being the biggest economy, the US ranks around 9th to 11th in wealth per person. About $85,000. Why? America's huge population and big wealth gaps keep its average down. Surprised? Let me know in the comments. Like, comment, and subscribe for more surprising facts. What I wish I knew before taking my first flight, it's not always the weather that brings planes down early. Sometimes it's way, way weirder. First up, snakes on a plane, literally. An Aeromexico flight had to land when a snake dropped from the overhead bin. Passengers trapped it with blankets, Indiana Jones style. Next, a cargo plane overloaded with farting cows set off fire alarms over the Irish Sea. Nope, not a barbecue, just too much methane. And finally, a mid-air flatulence fight. One passenger's persistent gas triggered a brawl, forcing the plane to land in Transylvania. Lesson on planes, expect the unexpected. You won't believe how turtles were smuggled in socks. If your socks are hiding turtles, you might be part of the world's weirdest smuggling scheme. This isn't a cartoon. This really happened. In Brooklyn, a man named Wei Chang Lin pleaded guilty. He smuggled 850 protected turtles, eastern box and three-toed box turtles. They were bound and taped inside socks, packed into knotted socks to restrict movement and hide them. Parcels went from the US all the way to Hong Kong. He shipped over 220 parcels between August 2023 and November 2024. Parcels were falsely labelled as plastic animal toys, a fake label to avoid customs scrutiny. Some shipments even included venomous snakes. Danger added to the deception. Why? Exotic pets fetch big bucks in Asia. Black market demand fuels illegal exports. It's illegal. Both turtle species are CITES listed. Smuggling risks animal welfare and spreads disease. Border inspections intercepted the parcels. Authorities seized dozens and rescued others. Lin faces up to 5 years in prison and up to a $250,000 fine, plus forfeiture of seized animals. This sock scandal is a wild reminder. Wildlife crime hides in plain sight. If you see suspicious packages, report them and protect wildlife. Like, comment and subscribe. You need to hear this if you're a language lover or just a fan of cool trivia. Hawaiian is rocking one of the shortest alphabets in the world. Here's why that's awesome. The Hawaiian language, or Olelo Hawaii, is known for its beautiful flowing sound. And its alphabet totally matches that vibe. There are only 5 vowels, A, E, I, O, U, and just 8 consonants, H, K, L, M. N, P, W, Okina, which is a glottal stop, kind of like the pause in uh-oh. That Okina, it's actually a full letter. Back in the 1820s, missionaries simplified the alphabet so each letter matched exactly one sound, making Hawaiian easy to read and learn. With only 13 letters, Hawaiian words often repeat sounds, giving the language its famously melodic rhythm. Simple, beautiful, unforgettable, just like the islands themselves. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating facts. Why do art thieves think they're in a Netflix special? A private art collector's storage unit containing over 180 high-end items was stolen. These crimes actually happened this year! In Deerfield, Illinois, 3 criminal masterminds, including a former storage manager, stole $2 million in art. The loot, a Renaissance painting, a 17th century crossbow, and even a wooden Virgin Mary. Because nothing says getaway plan like religious antiques, right? Meanwhile, in Scottsdale, Harpreet Singh went full Mission Impossible, breaking into a gallery, swiping Picassos and Warhols, and then hiding behind a building. With art scattered everywhere, even the police had to laugh. The moral? If you're going to steal art, Maybe don't leave a trail of priceless masterpieces behind you. Art theft, dramatic, risky, and apparently not that hard to mess up. Like, comment and subscribe for more wild stories. If you love quirky festivals, you need to check this out. Camels, fireworks, and even camel milk ice cream. This is no ordinary party. Every January, the city of Bikaner in Rajasthan transforms into a sandy stage for the most fabulous camels you've ever seen. Think camel beauty contests? Yes, seriously. Where these majestic animals are decked out in vibrant jewelry and fancy haircuts. They even parade down a runway showing off their swag for cheering crowds. But it's not just about the camels. Sample camel milk in all forms. Chai, cheese, even ice cream. You'll catch daring camel races, folk dances and acrobats flipping in the sand. And when the sun sets, get ready for explosive desert fireworks lighting up the night sky. The Bikaner Camel Festival is quirky, colourful and totally unforgettable. So if you're looking for an adventure that's off the beaten track, add this wild celebration to your bucket list. Would you try camel milk ice cream? Let us know in the comments. Like, comment and subscribe for more quirky festival adventures.
Did you know this? Hell, I didn't. Not all stars are as cool as our sun. So some are basically space's version of flaming hot Cheetos. Alright, quick crash course. Stars are sorted by colour and temperature thanks to something called the MK system. O stars, super hot and blue like the show-offs of space. B and A types, still sizzling, white and blue-white. Sirius, the brightest star you see, is an A type. Then there's F, GK and finally M. Those are your oranges and reds. M-type stars are red, cool, and the universe's most common. Think red dwarf army. But stars don't stay the same forever. They can puff up into red giants, shrink into white dwarfs, or go full drama queen and turn into black holes. As fun fact, our sun, just your average G-type main sequence star, but give it 5 billion years and it'll be rocking that red giant look. Smash subscribe for more space secrets. Because even black holes can't escape my facts.
Ever heard a whole town throw ceramics out the window for good luck? Welcome to Corfu, Greece. Picture this. It's Easter Saturday in Corfu. Locals are lining their balconies holding big clay pots called bow tides, and at the stroke of 11 a.m. they hurl those pots down to the street. Crash! The noise is wild, and the streets fill with broken pottery. But why? This old tradition is believed to scare off evil spirits and bring good luck for the year ahead. Some say it even helps ensure a bountiful harvest. It's not just locals. Tourists from all over the world come to watch this epic, noisy celebration. So next time you hear a crash in Corfu, it's probably just a little extra good fortune on its way. Now that's what I call a smashing tradition. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more smashing stories. You won't believe this Spanish baby jumping ritual. This is going to blow your mind. Imagine trusting strangers to leap over your newborn for good luck. Only in Spain. Let's jump in. Every year in Castrillo de Murcia, Spain, the baby jumping festival takes parenting to a whole new level. Men dressed as devils, called El Colacho, literally jump over rows of babies, all under 1 year old. The tradition dates back to the 1600s and is believed to cleanse babies of original sin and bring protection. It's part religious ritual, part daredevil stunt, and 100% trust from the parents. Would you let someone leap over your baby? Let me know in the comments. Like, comment and subscribe for more wild traditions. If you think your last flight was rough, wait till you hear about this air disaster. Diarrhea 1, United Airlines 0. Brace yourself for the crappiest flight story ever. So the nanny, actress, and now accidental legend ate an undercooked burger in Portugal. Fast forward to her United Airlines flight when her stomach started doing the Macarena at 30,000 feet. The result? More diarrhea than any human should have in their life. Megan started vomiting, called for backup, and basically turned the bathroom into a biohazard zone. The flight made it, but the next one? Cancelled. Why? The plane needed a full hazmat cleaning. Megan got wheeled off, posted her confession on TikTok, and the internet lost its mind. 20 million views and counting. Remember, folks, undercooked burgers and airplanes do not mix. Megan says she's patient zero. United Airlines says, never again. Like, comment, and subscribe for more wild stories. This is why you need a support clown on speed dial. Because sometimes, life's circus comes to you. Here's the hilarious story behind the viral layoff clown. So, Josh Thompson, an ad guy from New Zealand, gets that dreaded "let's discuss your role" email, aka layoffs incoming. New Zealand law lets you bring a support person, but Josh, he hires a professional clown named Joe. During the meeting, Joe's making balloon animals, miming sobs, and basically turning the whole thing into a circus. The bosses actually had to ask the clown to dial it down. The story blew up online, Vice, BBC, Reddit, everywhere. And while Josh did get laid off, he landed a new gig fast. As for the clown, his new boss says, maybe just stick to email. If you enjoyed this story, comment and subscribe for more quirky news. Glove up. It's not just for doctors. Here's why everyone should care about proper hand protection. Gloves are more than just a fashion statement. They're your first line of defense against germs, chemicals, and injury. In hospitals, kitchens, and factories, gloves form a barrier, blocking blood, bacteria, and even harsh cleaners from reaching your skin. They stop germs from hitching a ride between surfaces, people, and environments, helping crush cross-contamination. There's a glove for every job. Latex or nitrile for medical exams, cotton for sensitive tasks, leather for heavy-duty work, and even rubber for electrical safety. The key? Always choose the right type, use them properly, and never forget safe removal and disposal. So next time you reach for gloves, know you're taking a small step for your hands and a giant leap for safety. If you enjoyed this, do comment, and subscribe for more fascinating facts.
Am I the only one that didn't know about the most popular letter in English? Seriously, this blew my mind. Meet the letter E. It's everywhere. In fact, E is the most commonly used letter in the entire English language. Think about it. Hello, cheese evening. It's always popping up. But now, here's the twist. The least used letter? It's Q. Poor Q gets left out unless you're talking about quizzes or Qs. So next time you write something, spot all those sneaky E's and give Q a little love. Share this with a friend who loves fun facts.
If anything can go wrong, it will, and probably at the worst possible time. Finagle's Law is like Murphy's Law's mischievous cousin. You might have heard Murphy's Law, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Finagle's Law cranks it up a notch. It says anything that can go wrong will at the worst possible moment. Think about dropping your toast, of course it lands butter side down right on the carpet. That's Finagle's Law laughing at you. Or your phone dying right when you need directions. It's not just bad luck, it's the universe's way of keeping you humble. Engineers, scientists, and even sci-fi writers love Finagle's Law. It's a funny way to remind us to expect the unexpected. And maybe, just maybe, be a little more prepared. So next time chaos strikes, remember it's not personal. It's just Finagle's Law having a little fun. Stay curious and try to keep that toast off the floor. Comment, and subscribe. I bet you didn't know your daily steps could take you on a world tour. Seriously, your lifetime journey is way bigger than you think. The average moderately active person takes about 7,500 steps a day. Over 80 years, that's a mind-blowing 216 million steps, or about 110,000 miles. That's the same as circling the Earth 5 times. All just by living your normal life. Everyday errands, walks to work, even pacing in your kitchen, they all count. So the next time you look at your feet, remember, you're secretly a global explorer, one small step at a time. Comment, and subscribe. This is why you need a machete, a compass, and a zombie-proof bunker. Inside the wild world of zombie preppers, let's check it out. Yep, zombie apocalypse prep is a legit thing. What started as a running joke has blown up into a serious subculture, complete with online forums, tactical guides, and bunker blueprints. So, what's in a zombie survival kit? Think multi-purpose machetes, first aid, canned food, water tablets, compasses, hand-crank radios, plus enough soap to survive a soap opera. But it's not just gear. These folks map out escape routes, set up secret codes, and even run practice drills. Some go full DIY, building underground bunkers with spike traps and reinforced doors. Forget man caves, try apocalypse-proof palaces with all the zombie bells and whistles. Why the hype? Sure, it's a fun fantasy, but prepping for zombies actually helps people get ready for real emergencies too. And honestly, who doesn't want an excuse to build a bunker in the backyard? If you enjoyed this, comment and subscribe for more wild survival tips. Stop playing boring party games. Try the mouth stuffing challenge instead. Stuff your cheeks, say something silly, and try not to burst out laughing. Trust me, your friends will never forget it. Here's how the mouth stuffing challenge works. Grab some soft snacks like marshmallows, grapes, or gummy bears. Take turns stuffing one into your mouth, then say a funny phrase. Classic choice, chubby bunny. If your friends can still understand you, it's on to the next round. But if your words sound like you swallowed a rubber duck, you're out. This game is trending because it's super easy, hilarious, and makes for epic sleepover memories. Just remember, don't chew, don't rush, and always have water nearby. So, who's got the biggest mouth? Try the mouth stuffing challenge at your next party and get ready for some truly funny sleepover moments. If you enjoyed this, comment, and subscribe. If you thought your cat's biggest crime was knocking over your mug, wait till you hear this. TikTok just went full Ocean's 11 with plushes. Welcome to the Cat Drug Mule Challenge. So here's the scoop. Costa Rican prison guards busted a real-life feline drug mule. Picture this, a black and white cat scaling a prison fence like a tiny furry ninja, except instead of a spy mission, it's got over 230 grams of weed and 67 grams of crack literally taped to its belly. Don't worry, the cat's okay. The guards rescued it and handed it over to the animal docs. But then TikTok did what TikTok does best. They turned the story into the Cat Drug Mule Challenge. People are strapping fake drugs to plush cats, staging dramatic slow-mo jailbreaks, and roasting prison security. Because, let's be real, when your biggest security threat is a house cat, you've got bigger problems. It's hilarious, a little bit dark, and somehow also a weirdly effective way to talk about both animal welfare and prison issues. Only on the internet could something this absurd become a viral sensation. If you enjoyed this, do give us a like, drop a comment, and subscribe for more wild stories. I don't think people understand the true power of a sandwich. Until now, imagine this: truffle mayo, fig jam, pickle buns, and flaming Cheetos all in one epic sandwich. Sounds crazy, right? Well, that's the Supercharged Sandwich Challenge. Here's the deal. You've got 5 minutes to build and devour the most outrageous sandwich you can dream up. Triple-decker stacks, gold leaf, hot honey, anything goes. But remember, no utensils, no breaks, and bonus points for clean bites and fun commentary. It's part culinary art, part speed-eating madness, and 100% viral gold. Think you can handle it? Let's find out. If you enjoyed this sandwich showdown, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more gourmet chaos. Ever wondered who's really behind those secret handshakes and cryptic symbols? The Freemasons are one of the world's oldest and most mysterious fraternal orders. Dating back to the Middle Ages, their roots lie in the stonemason guilds of Europe. Today, they're a global network with millions of members called Brothers. Their meetings happen in lodges, where they use ancient rituals and secret symbols, like the famous square and compasses, to teach lessons about morality, charity, and personal growth. Contrary to wild rumors, Freemasons aren't running the world, but they do value brotherhood, tradition, and helping communities. From George Washington to Mozart, some of history's most famous figures have worn the Masonic ring. So next time you spot a mysterious lodge, you'll know it's not a cult, just a club with a lot of history and maybe a few secrets. Like, comment, and subscribe for more mysterious stories. Imagine a hidden brotherhood shaping Western history from the shadows. The Rosicrucians exploded onto the scene in the 1600s with 3 mysterious texts. They told of Christian Rosenkreutz, a legendary traveller who brought sacred knowledge from the East to Europe. Their core: spiritual transformation using meditation and alchemy not just for gold but for inner change. Their symbol, the Rose Cross, represents divine love and the quest for enlightenment. Influencing Freemasonry and New Age thought, Rosicrucian secrets live on in modern groups worldwide. Still curious? The mystery's never truly solved. Like, comment, and subscribe for more mysteries. If secret handshakes and strange rituals sound like fiction, think again. The Ordo Templi Orientis is very real. Let's crack open the mystery. Ordo Templi Orientis, or OTO, is an occult society that started in Europe in the late 1800s and spread to the USA. Their motto? Do what thou wilt. The group blends ancient rituals, Eastern mysticism, and Western esoteric traditions, all topped off with a bit of drama. Aleister Crowley, famous for his wildlife, revamped their beliefs into a system called Thelema. Still active today, OTO isn't just about spells, it's about exploring the limits of human freedom, so secret society is myth or modern reality. You decide. Like, comment and subscribe for more mysteries. This is going to blow your mind. America's first student society? It wasn't Greek life or Ivy League. It all started in colonial Virginia. Back in 1750, at the College of William and Mary, a group of students formed the Flat Hat Club, also known as the FHC Society. Their mission, charity, friendship and science. And where did these future leaders gather? The Raleigh Tavern, a legendary spot for big ideas and debates. One famous member, Thomas Jefferson himself. The club was so exclusive that when one student got denied entry, he went on to start Phi Beta Kappa, America's first Greek letter fraternity. The Flat Hat Club's motto was Stabilitas et Fides, that's Latin for stability and faith. The FHC initials? Some say it means brotherhood, humanity and knowledge. Though it faded during the American Revolution, the club was revived in the 1900s and still exists today, keeping its secrets alive at William and Mary. Who knows what's discussed behind those closed doors? If you enjoyed this secret history, do like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating stories. If you've ever wondered where world-changing conversations really happen, there's one room you'll probably never enter. Welcome to the Bilderberg meeting. Since 1954, the Bilderberg meeting has gathered about 130 of the planet's most powerful people. Think CEOs, heads of state and top academics. The catch? It's strictly invitation only, and what's said inside stays inside. No official statements, no policy votes, just off-the-record talks on everything from AI to climate change. 2025's summit in Stockholm welcomed big names like Pfizer's CEO, Spotify's founder, Citigroup's chief, and even the Canadian minister. With so much secrecy, it's no wonder the group sparks conspiracy theories. Critics say it lacks transparency, but supporters claim it lets leaders speak openly, without the usual politics. So is it shadowy world domination or just powerful people talking shop? What do you think? Let us know in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more intriguing stories. If your summer camp has presidential speeches and secret ceremonies, you might be at Bohemian Grove. Tucked deep in 2,700 acres of redwoods, the Bohemian Club's annual retreat is the ultimate old boys club. Founded in 1872 by artists and journalists, it's now packed with power players. Think Reagan, Nixon, Kissinger. For 2 weeks each July, members enjoy theatre, policy talks and mysterious rituals like the cremation of care. Officially, it's no business allowed, but rumours swirl of world-changing decisions made here. Invite only, decades-long waitlist and strict secrecy. Is it just a private getaway or something more? You decide. Like, comment and subscribe for more intriguing stories. I'm sure you've heard the rumours. Secret societies, hidden rituals and Ivy League power. But just how real is the legend of Skull and Bones? Founded in 1832, Skull and Bones is Yale's most elite and secretive society. Every year, only 15 seniors get tapped, chosen for their smarts, leadership or family ties. Their headquarters, a windowless building called The Tomb, right on campus. This group isn't just about secret handshakes. Its members include presidents like George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush Supreme Court justices and CEOs from companies like FedEx and Blackstone. Initiations shrouded in mystery. There are wild rumors, lying in coffins, cryptic rituals. But nobody really knows what happens inside. Their symbol? A skull and crossbones over the number 322, which some say honors an ancient Greek orator. For nearly 2 centuries, the Bonesmen have shaped American politics, business and law. Is Skull and Bones a harmless tradition or the ultimate power network? That's up to you to decide. Like, comment and subscribe for more intriguing stories. Why do millions of people in India risk their snacks, their fingers and their dignity every January? For one reason, kite domination. Picture this, rooftops packed tighter than your family WhatsApp group and everyone's armed with kites sharper than your aunt's sarcasm. Flyers from 47 countries show off their crazy creations, but the real game? cutting your neighbour's kite string with glass-coated thread called mania, while yelling Kai Po Che like you just won the lottery. There's night flying, epic parades, and food so good you'll wish you had extra stomachs. Undiu, laddus, you name it. It's not just a festival, it's a colourful, chaotic, sky-high battle royale where friendships are made, rivalries are born, and everyone leaves with a sunburn. See you on the rooftops. Like, comment and subscribe. This is going to blow your mind. Imagine thousands of people, all painted head to toe like human works of art. Yep, it's a real thing. Picture this. Artists from 50-plus countries descend on Austria, armed with paintbrushes, sponges, and the wildest imaginations you've ever seen. For a whole week, Klagenfurt transforms into body paint city. Think DJs, food trucks, and more glitter than your last 5 birthday parties combined. You'll see faces, arms, legs, everything painted into dragons, robots, or even, I kid you not, breakfast food. There are epic workshops, wild costume parties in castles, and the grand finale, the World Champion Awards. So if you've ever wanted to be both a masterpiece and a party animal, Austria in July is your chance. Like, comment and subscribe. This is why you need to hear about Spain's wildest band festival. Goat tossing from a church tower. Yes, really. In the town of Manganeses de la Polvorosa, locals once celebrated St. Vincent's Day by throwing a live goat from a 50-foot belfry. Villagers below tried to catch it with a sheet. If the goat survived, it was paraded as a hero. The tradition was inspired by legendary tales of goats miraculously surviving falls. But after decades of protests, the event was banned in 2000. Now they toss toy goats instead. Proof that folklore can get wild, and sometimes it needs a rewrite. Like, comment, and subscribe for more wild stories. Everybody is searching for deeper meaning. But how far would you go for your beliefs? Here's the festival that takes devotion to the next level. Thaipusam is a Hindu festival celebrated in Malaysia and Singapore, honouring Lord Murugan's victory over evil. Picture this. Thousands of devotees marching barefoot to sacred temples like Batu Caves and Sri Thendayuthapani. Some pierce their skin or tongues, carry ornate kavadis, or pull heavy chariots. Acts of devotion and penance you have to see to believe. Why? To fulfill vows, seek forgiveness and show gratitude. For devotees, enduring pain purifies the soul. Thaipusam, spirituality, intensity and awe, all in one. Like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating stories. What if your next couple's workout involved an obstacle course and one of you hanging upside down? Every July, Sonkajärvi, Finland hosts the Wife-Carrying World Championship. Yes, that's a real thing. Teams of 2 dash through hurdles and plunge into water pits, all while one partner literally carries the other. The most popular move? The Estonian carry, where the wife hangs upside down with legs clamped around her partner's shoulders. Anyone over 49 kilograms can be carried, spouse, friend or teammate. And helmets are a must. Why do they do it? For glory, and the grand prize, the wife's weight in beer. So if you think your relationship can survive mud, water, and a whole lot of laughs, maybe it's time to start training. If you enjoyed this, do like, comment, and subscribe for more quirky stories. Am I the only one that didn't know there's a festival dedicated to garlic? And not just any festival. This one serves garlic in everything, even dessert. The Gilroy Garlic Festival is back for 2025, turning the whole town into a garlic lover's paradise. Think garlic fries, scampi, even garlic beer, and yes, garlic ice cream. Watch chefs light up Gourmet Alley with flaming skillets, catch live music and join family fun at Gilroy Gardens. It's weird, it's wonderful, and every bite supports local schools. If you can smell it, you're probably close. If you enjoyed this, do like, comment, and subscribe for more delightful discoveries.
Want to hear some weird facts? Well, these facts will make you question reality. Did you know it rains red in some parts of the world? Yep, thanks to high concentrations of desert dust. And speaking of mind-blowing, you typically only breathe out of one nostril at a time. Your body switches nostrils every few hours. Hold on, it gets wilder. Botanically, vegetables don't exist. They're just a culinary term. Oh, and more people drown in fresh water than salt water due to how different water types affect the body. Need more? Your brain uses up around 20% of your body's blood and oxygen. And the smallest thing ever photographed, the shadow of an atom. Here's a giggle. Humans, chimpanzees and rats are the only species capable of laughter. The The Welsh word for jellyfish is Sygod Weebly Wobbly. And believe it or not, you can hear the difference between hot and cold water being poured. Finally, in 2012, the video game Football Manager was cited in over 35 British divorce cases. Now that's a fact to chew on. Learn something new? Well, prove it by hitting that subscribe button and stick around to learn some more.
Am I the only one who didn't realize how risky digital finance is getting? Hackers, confusion, even national security threats. Let's break it down. Cyber attacks on banks and crypto platforms are skyrocketing, with billions lost to hackers targeting payment systems and blockchain wallets. Confusing regulations mean companies are fleeing overseas for clearer rules, leaving US investors exposed. Crypto markets never sleep, so sudden crashes can drain your wallet in seconds. Governance failures from scandals like FTX prove many firms lack basic oversight and risk control. And yes, hostile nations are exploiting crypto to sidestep sanctions and finance crime. Experts say, beef up compliance, stress test systems, and use AI to spot fraud. The risks are real. Protect your digital dollars. Like, comment, and subscribe for more updates.
Buckle up, truth seekers. Today we're peeking behind the curtain of the world's biggest mysteries. Area 51 is famous for its top secret status. But have you heard of Area 52? And what's the deal with that random pipe popping up and vanishing nearby? It's like science fiction in our own backyard. Speaking of mysteries, let's talk about Dulce, New Mexico. Whispers of underground bases and alien encounters are just the start. Remember Phil Schneider and Bob Lazar? They've got stories that'll make your head spin. But it doesn't end there. The Kimbaya artifacts from ancient Colombia look suspiciously like golden airplanes. And what about those Abydos hieroglyphs in Egypt, showing what some say are helicopters and spaceships? Some Mayan carvings even depict what looks like advanced machinery. Could Eric von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods be right after all? Don't forget about the Nazca lines, "Curious minds unite." There's a whole world of the unexplained out there. So, are you ready to explore the unknown? Hit that subscribe button and join the adventure.
I bet you didn't know how magical flowers are each season. Stick around to see blooms through the year. Spring is here. Think tulips, daffodils, and cherry blossoms. These beauties burst into color, announcing the end of winter's chill. Summer's next. Sunflowers, daisies, and roses take center stage. They soak up the sun and brighten up any garden. Fall rolls in with its own charm. Chrysanthemums, asters, and marigolds bring bold, warm hues to your backyard. Perfect for those cozy autumn vibes. Winter might seem bleak, but don't worry. Poinsettias, camellias, and hellebores tough it out, adding color to the cold months. No matter the season, there's always a flower ready to shine. So grab your gardening gloves and enjoy a year full of blooms. Happy gardening. Why are there not more people talking about Chongqing, China? How about houses on bridges and trains going through apartments? Let's check it out. Chongqing is a city of wonders where architecture defies gravity and imagination. Picture this, homes built right on top of bridges. These aren't just any bridges. They're bustling with life, shops, and even gardens. Imagine waking up to the sight of a river flowing beneath your feet. And it doesn't stop there. Chongqing's urban planning is next level with the Liziba station. Here, a train actually passes through a residential building. Yes, you heard that right. The train glides through the 6th to 8th floors, almost like it's part of the building's design. It's a marvel of engineering that combines convenience with creativity. So whether you're an architecture buff or just love cool travel spots, Chongqing should be on your radar. Ready to add this to your bucket list? Hit that like button if you're amazed and subscribe for more travel wonders. See you next adventure. Climate change is no longer a distant threat, it's knocking on our door. Over the past 10 years, global temperatures have risen significantly. We're talking about record-breaking heat waves and warmer winters. But it's not just about temperature changes, species are on the move. Polar bears are struggling to find ice and butterflies are migrating earlier than ever. It sounds scary, but there's hope. Scientists and environmentalists are working tirelessly to create solutions. Renewable energy, conservation efforts, and global cooperation are key. If we act now, we can shape a better future for our planet. So, let's roll up our sleeves and get to work at it. Because together, we can make a difference. Calling all mystery hunters, you've heard the legends about crystal skulls, right? Time to separate fact from fantasy. Here's the scoop. Those famous crystal skulls, carved from rock crystal and looking all mystical, are often linked to the Maya or Aztecs, but plot twist. Scientific tests show they were actually made with 19th century rotary tools decades before Indiana Jones ever lost his hat. And the quartz, not from Central America, but from places like Brazil and Madagascar. Turns out these ancient artifacts are more likely the handiwork of German craftsmen from Idar Oberstein, famous for gemstone carving. So, sorry, no aliens, lost cities or psychic Wi-Fi here. Yet the legends persist. Atlantean relics, alien gifts, cosmic hard drives, you name it. The truth, crystal skulls remind us we love a good mystery, even if it's more Victorian workshop than ancient temple. If you enjoy a cheeky myth bust and a dash of historical mischief, smash that subscribe button, or don't, but you'll be missing out on the real treasures.
Everybody's talking about American hurricanes and tornadoes. But what about Europe? Are disasters as intense across the Atlantic? Europe does get natural disasters. Tornadoes, wildfires, earthquakes, and especially floods. But here's the twist. The US gets hit way harder and more often. America's massive size and wild climate zones mean more hurricanes, tornadoes, billion-dollar wildfires, and powerful quakes. Europe's most common disasters? Floods, extreme heat, and fires in the south. While Europe's storms and quakes can be deadly, the US faces more frequent, intense, and expensive disasters. But here's the real kicker. Climate change is making both places riskier every year. No matter where you live, disaster prep is more important than ever.
If you're a fan of Frosty Facts, you'll want to hear this. The coldest spot in the universe isn't light years away, it's right here on Earth. Yes, really, so where is this sub-zero superstar? Scientists at MIT pulled off a frosty feat by chilling sodium-potassium molecules to just 500 nanokelvin. That's a mere whisker, seriously, a fraction above absolute zero. To put it another way, it's colder than the Boomerang Nebula, which, until now, was the reigning cosmic ice champion. But why freeze things to such ridiculous lows? It's not just to see who can wear the most jumpers contest, dear. Ultra-cold atoms let us peek into the bizarre rules of quantum mechanics, where particles behave more like waves and the universe gets properly weird. So next time someone brags about space being freezing, just tell them MIT's lab is even chillier. If you enjoyed this frosty fact, smash that subscribe button for more videos, because science this cool deserves to be shared. I will never look at the ocean the same way after learning this. The garbage floating out there is far more massive than you think. The most infamous marine trash zone is the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, drifting between Hawaii and California. It's not a solid island, but a soupy mix of plastic, spanning about 1.6 million square kilometers. That's twice the size of Texas, or 3 times France. It weighs up to 129,000 metric tons. Think 600 blue whales or 10 Eiffel Towers made of trash. Most of it, big plastics, bottles, toothbrushes, fishing nets, even raw plastic pellets called nurdles. And it's not alone. Other patches swirl across our oceans. Want more mind-boggling facts? Hit subscribe before the next wave.
Gloves or cage, legends or memes. It's time for the ultimate popularity showdown. Okay, first up, boxing, over 100 years old, basically the grandpa of combat sports. It's got history, drama, and more belts than your local department store. The biggest pay-per-view ever, Mayweather versus Pacquiao, 4.4 million buys. But boxing events are few and far between, so don't blink or you'll miss them. Now, UFC, the new kid on the block, founded in '93 and growing faster than a TikTok trend. They throw about 40 events a year, so if you like fighting, there's always something cooking. UFC's global reach, 900 million households, 170 countries. Like your grandma probably knows Conor McGregor. Why is UFC booming? One boss runs the show, fights actually happen, and everyone loves the octagon drama. Plus, they're winning over the Insta generation. So, who's more popular? Boxing still holds the crown for now, but UFC's coming in hot. Who do you think is winning? Drop your pick below. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more epic showdowns.
If your golf game is sizzling hot, you might be Cameron Young. Here's how he just torched the field at Wyndham. Hold on to your putters. Cameron Young clinched his very first PGA Tour win at Sedgefield Country Club, finishing 22 under par. Yeah, you heard that right, with rounds of 63, 62, 65, and 68. He crushed it by 6 shots, becoming the 1,000th unique winner in PGA Tour history. Young leaps from 40th to 16th in the FedEx Cup and is now a prime Ryder Cup captain's pick. Shout out to Mac Meisner for a career-best second, and watch out for amateur Jackson Koiven, who tied for 5th. Next year, expect Young to chase even bigger titles, maybe a major. Like, comment, and subscribe for your leaderboard fast facts.
This is why you need grit, glow-in-the-dark golf balls, and a whole lot of heart. A marathon on the green? Let's dive in. A Nigerian man teed off at 6 p.m. and didn't stop swinging until 6 a.m. 2 days later. That's 36 hours of rain, darkness and pure determination, with just 5-minute breaks each hour. Why'd he do it? Not just for the Guinness World Record, but to prove golf is for everyone. He's building a golf centre for youth in Nigeria and works with people with disabilities here in New York. When he heard the record was 32 hours, he just kept going. Friends cheered him on, the community rallied, and now the world is watching. Golf isn't just a game. For Ezehi, it's a mission.
I'm sure you've heard the news. Golf isn't just for pros in polo shirts. It's a worldwide phenomenon with a story that spans centuries. Golf's roots trace back to 15th century Scotland, where the first official club popped up in 1744. St Andrews gave us the classic 18-hole layout in 1764, and the sport kept evolving through the first Open in 1860, the rise of the PGA Tour, and Tiger Woods electrifying the game in '96. The basics: use clubs to get a tiny ball in the hole with as few strokes as possible, 18 times. It's played in over 200 countries, from the US and Scotland to Japan and South Africa. Golf ancient roots, global reach, limitless passion. If you enjoyed this video, like, comment, and subscribe for more golf stories.
This is gonna blow your mind. The Eagles just finished one of the most dominant NFL seasons ever. Want to know their secret sauce? Let's break it down. The 2024-25 Philadelphia Eagles racked up a record 18 wins, 14 in the regular season, 4 in the playoffs. Their Super Bowl licks domination, a 40-22 thrashing of the Chiefs. Saquon Barkley was unstoppable. 2005 rushing yards, 29 touchdowns, and the AP Offensive Player of the Year. The tush-push QB sneak, Philly took it to a whole new level with Jalen Hurts running in 14 TDs. Defense, lockdown. Zach Bond and rookie stars like Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean turned Philly into a fortress. Best team in the NFL, and at the 2025 ESPYs. Eagles fans, this season was one for the ages. Like, comment, and subscribe for more epic sports stories.
Stop saying the Panthers are underdogs. After 2025, they're a dynasty. I will never doubt Florida again after watching this Cup final. Want to know how legends are made? Let's break it down. The 2025 Stanley Cup final was pure electricity. The Panthers took down the Edmonton Oilers in 6 games, capping it off with a dominant 5, one win in Game 6. Matthew Tkachuk wasted no time, scoring the series winner in the first period and setting the tone. But the spotlight? That belongs to Sam Bennett, who snagged playoffs MVP honours with 15 goals and 7 assists. And don't forget Sam Reinhart. He tied a Stanley Cup final record with 4 goals in that last game. Under coach Paul Maurice, Florida's gone from underdogs to NHL powerhouse, making the final 3 years straight, and now joining the elite back-to-back champs club. Panthers fans, celebrate. Your team just made hockey history. If you enjoyed this, like, comment, and subscribe for more hockey stories. Who ruled the pitch and gridiron this season? Let's find out in 60 seconds. First stop, England. Liverpool are your Premier League kings for 2024-25, topping the table by 10 points ahead of Arsenal. Their secret? Clever signings. New faces like Florian Wirtz and Jeremy Frimpong made all the difference, lighting up Anfield with goals and grit. Now, let's hop across the pond. The NFL crowned the Philadelphia Eagles as Super Bowl Licks champions. That's right, the city of brotherly love is celebrating big time. The Eagles soared through the playoffs and clinched the title, setting themselves up to host the epic 2025 NFL kickoff game against the Cowboys on September 4th. So whether you're a footy fanatic or gridiron guru, these teams have set the bar sky high. Who will take the crown next season? Stay tuned and keep your jerseys ready. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more sports blitzes. You need to watch this if you've ever debated who rules the greens, Europe or America. Grab your clubs because we're diving into a golf rivalry for the ages. The US boasts legendary powerhouses, think Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus, with longer drives and precision putting on pristine courses. Europe, though, counters with strategy and grit Rory McIlroy, Jon Rahm and tight-knit teamwork, especially in the Ryder Cup. Since 1979, Europe leads the Ryder Cup wins, but America's pros dominate the PGA Tour. Club golfers? Europeans play more rounds, but Americans hit further. So, who's better? It all depends team spirit or solo stardom. The rivalry lives on, and that's what makes golf glorious. Like, comment, and subscribe for more epic golf showdowns. What I wish I knew about cyber risks in finance before headlines turned into billion-dollar losses. There's no safe seat left in this game. Since 2020, financial firms have lost over $2.5 billion directly from cyber incidents, plus untold billions in reputational hits and security overhauls. In 2024 alone, attacks on financial institutions jumped 27%. Banks face an average of 13,000 DDoS attacks each, with hacktivists launching 15,000 plus more, often organized on Telegram. From Bangladesh's urgent alerts to Iran's crippling predatory sparrow hacks, no region is immune. The IMF urges stress test your systems, share threat intel, and get serious about business continuity. In today's digital finance world, cyber risk is financial risk. If you think bullet trains are fast, wait till you see what Japan's cooking up in 2025. Floating objects, robot horses. It's next level stuff. First up, ultra-fast acoustic levitation transport. Developed in Yokohama, it moves objects at high speed, no wheels, no rails, just sound waves. Next, meet Corleo, Kawasaki's rideable robot horse, powered by hydrogen controlled with your body, perfect for rough terrain. Japan's rolling out smart transport apps. They connect trains, taxis, bikes, making city travel seamless. Don't miss the Mass Trans Innovation Expo. Safer ways to move, greener ways to move, cooler ways to move. The future, it's already here, and it moves fast. Like, comment, and subscribe for more futuristic journeys. If your luggage still looks like your grandpa's old trunk, you're missing out. Today's travel gear, it's smart, sustainable, and seriously stylish. Just a decade ago, luggage was all about hauling stuff from A to B. Now, it's a $60 billion boom. We've got bags with GPS tracking, USB charging, and even fingerprint locks, perfect for the modern nomad. Millennials and Gen Z want bags that match their vibe and values. Think recycled plastics, vegan leather, and customizable designs. Niche brands are popping up everywhere, offering everything from minimalist carry-ons to adventure-ready duffels. And luxury luggage? It's a status symbol now, with brands promising lifetime guarantees and serious heritage style. As travel becomes more personal, expect AI-powered customizations, subscription gear upgrades, and wild collabs between fashion and tech. In the new world of travel, your bag says as much about you as your passport. Where are you headed next? If you enjoyed this, like, comment, and subscribe. I'm sure you've heard the news, robots are everywhere. But did you expect one to carry a baby? Let's talk about the pregnancy robot. Developed in China by Kaiwa Technology, this humanoid robot is equipped with a synthetic womb in its abdomen. It doesn't just support premature babies like an incubator. It's built to mimic the entire pregnancy cycle: fertilization, implantation, fetal growth, delivery, all inside an artificial amniotic chamber. AI integration allows real-time monitoring and adapts to the fetus's needs. This tech could be a game changer for people facing infertility or where surrogacy isn't allowed. But it's stirring big ethical debates. Can a machine be a surrogate? And what does this mean for the future of parenthood? Let me know your thoughts. If you enjoyed this video, do like, comment, and subscribe for more fascinating science stories.
I will never look at my phone case the same way after learning this. Imagine your case turning red with sunburn, on purpose. This is gonna blow your mind. Meet the Skin Case, a phone case that literally mimics human skin. Created by designer Mark TCA and friends, it's made from silicone, with 3D printed wrinkles and pores, and reacts to UV rays by changing color, just like real skin sunburning. It comes in 3 skin tones, each sunburns differently, and it's meant to remind you to slap on some sunscreen before you roast. The internet, half fascinated, half horrified. It's weird, but it might just save your skin and your summer selfies. Would you put creepy, sunburned skin on your phone?
What if your next taxi ride took you above the city? No pilot, no traffic jams? Meet the EHang 184 from China. Single-passenger, fully electric drone takes off and lands vertically. No pilot needed. Just hop in, set your destination. Let the drone do the rest. Designed for short urban trips, making city commutes faster and more exciting. EHang's been testing drones across China, gearing up for commercial flights soon. But it's not just China. Dubai's in on the action too. They've teamed up with EHang and innovators to trial autonomous drone taxis with pre-programmed routes and strict safety protocols. Why does it matter? These air taxis could cut down city traffic, bring us closer to smart cities we've dreamed about, where the sky becomes a new layer of public transport. Would you take a ride? Let us know below. Like, comment and subscribe for more future tech.
Are you skeptical every time you hear UFO? You're not alone, so are scientists. But something big is changing. For decades, UFOs, now called UAPs, or unidentified anomalous phenomena, were laughed off as science fiction. But lately scientists are saying, hold up, let's actually study these. Why the shift? National security and flight safety are huge. Unknown objects in the sky could be risky. Plus, some UAPs move in ways that just don't fit our current physics. By rebranding UFOs as UAPs, researchers and pilots can finally report sightings without being called crazy. And now, top journals like Scientific American are calling for real interdisciplinary research. The old days of brushing off sightings are over. Science is in, and the hunt for answers is on.
Ever wondered how your supermarket sushi stays perfectly packed? It's not just human hands behind the scenes. Soft Robotics Inc. is transforming the way food is handled, using soft modular grippers that mimic the human touch. Their M-Grip AI system combines flexible fingers that conform to food, smart 3D vision for precise depth perception and placement, and real-time AI to plan and react instantly. To pick, sort and package even the most delicate foods. Think donuts handled gently without squishing the glaze, berries like strawberries picked and placed without bruising, and raw meat handled safely to avoid contamination. These robots are speeding up production and boosting throughput, keeping things cleaner and maintaining strict hygiene standards, and reducing demand for repetitive manual labor. Sure, some factory jobs will change or disappear, but new roles are popping up in robot maintenance, programming robots and developing AI systems, quality control to ensure safety and consistency. The future of food work? It's a tasty blend of humans and machines working smarter together side by side. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment and subscribe.
This is not just a quirky headline, it's a serious environmental issue. A recent study by King's College London and the University of Suffolk found cocaine in every single freshwater shrimp sampled from rivers in Suffolk, England. Yes, every single one. But that's not all. Researchers also detected ketamine, Xanax, Valium, lidocaine, banned pesticides, and over 50 other pharmaceuticals and chemicals. How do these drugs end up in our rivers? Human waste, because our bodies do not fully break down these substances. Sewage treatment plants that cannot remove all contaminants. People flushing unused medications down the toilet. Agricultural runoff carrying hormones and antibiotics from livestock. And pollution from drug manufacturing. Why should we care? These chemicals can change how aquatic life behaves, disrupt reproduction, and even cause species to become feminized. They can build up in the food chain, and we have no idea what the long-term effects could be, especially in rural ecosystems. This study is a wake-up call. Human activity is leaving a deeper mark on nature than we realize. It's time to pay attention and take action. Think your voice sounds odd in videos? There's a weird reason for that. Here's the deal. When you speak, you hear yourself through vibrations inside your skull, which makes your voice sound deeper and richer. But microphones don't get that VIP access. They only pick up the sound from the air, so your recorded voice loses all that bass boost. That's why it sounds so different, and, well, a bit awkward. But don't worry, everyone else hears you that way all the time. So next time you cringe at your voice, remember, it's 100% normal. Want more quick science like this? Hit subscribe. Your ears will thank you.
If you think food fights are just for kids, think again. In Ivrea, Italy, things get seriously wild every year. Every February, the town of Ivrea transforms into a battlefield armed with thousands of oranges. It's called the Battle of the Oranges. And it's not just a messy food fight. Locals split into teams, grab crates of oranges, and launch a 3-day fruit war right in the streets. So what's the story? The battle reenacts a medieval rebellion when townsfolk rose up against a brutal lord. Legend says a brave miller's daughter started the uprising, and today orange throwers represent the rebels fighting against the Lord's guards, who roll by in carts, armoured up and ready. By the end, the streets are a pulpy, sticky mess, but the victory? Pure community spirit. It's wild, a bit chaotic, and totally unforgettable. Would you dare join in the world's most epic orange fight? If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe for more wild stories. Think your bedhead is wild? Wait till you see what happens in Yukon's Frozen Hare Showdown. Every winter in Whitehorse, Canada, people flock to the Eclipse Nordic Hot Springs for the International Hair Freezing Contest. Here's how it works. Dip your hair in the steaming pool, step into the icy air under -20 Celsius, and watch your hair freeze into wild, gravity-defying sculptures. Spikes, twists, frozen halos. Creativity is everything. Ring the bell when you're done, strike your best frosty pose, and staff snap a pic for the judges. You can win big in categories like Best Male, Best Female, Most Creative, and even Best Facial Hair. Each winner gets $2,000. The contest has gone viral, drawing brave souls from all over the globe. So would you dare to freeze your hair for fame and fortune? Like, comment and subscribe. Which continent has the most countries? The answer might surprise you. Let's count them down from highest to lowest. Number 1, Africa dominates with 54 countries. It's the most culturally and linguistically diverse continent on Earth. Asia comes in second with 49 countries, the largest by area and population. Europe follows closely with 44 countries, including some of the world's smallest nations. North America has 23 countries. That includes Central America and the Caribbean. South America has just 12 mostly Spanish-speaking countries with rich cultures. Oceania has 16 countries. Australia, New Zealand and scattered Pacific islands. And Antarctica, 0 countries. It's governed by international treaty. No one owns it. So there you have it. From Africa's 54 to Antarctica's 0. Which continent surprised you most? Drop a comment and hit that like button. Like, comment and subscribe for more fascinating facts. You need to hear this if you're a fan of wild festivals, because Hong Kong's Bun Festival is truly next level. Think towering buns, daring climbs and ancient legends. Every year on Chung Chau Island, Hong Kong explodes with colour and energy for the Bun Festival, a Taoist tradition dating back to the 1700s. The main event? A heart-pounding scramble up a giant bamboo tower blanketed with thousands of sweet buns. Climbers race the clock to grab as many as they can. The higher the bun, the greater the luck. There's also the Piu Sik parade, where kids float in the air, and 3 days where everyone goes vegetarian. Catch the action May 5th and 6th, 2025, admissions free, but spots go fast. In Chung Chau, buns aren't just food. They're pure tradition and fortune. If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe for more adventures. This is going to blow your mind. There's a place in Scotland where Vikings rise from legend every year and set the night on fire. No, seriously, let's talk Up Helly A. Held every January in Lerwick, Up Helly AA is Europe's biggest fire festival, and it's pure Viking spectacle. Here's how it goes down. The festival's leader, the Geezer Jarl, suits up in full-on Norse armour, backed by his squad of geysers in epic Viking gear. As darkness falls, over 1,000 torchbearers march through the streets, trailing a massive hand-built Viking longship. The grand finale? They set that ship ablaze, sending flames and Viking songs into the Shetland sky. But there's real history here too. Up Helly A started in the 1880s, replacing rowdy, dangerous Yule celebrations tied to Shetland's wild Norse past. For centuries, these islands belonged to Viking rulers, so every detail, from costumes to the galley, is packed with tradition. Fun fact, despite all that community spirit, women still aren't allowed in the main procession, a rule that's sparking debate today. So would you dare join Scotland's wildest Viking Firefest? Let me know in the comments. If you enjoyed this, like, comment and subscribe for more wild history. What I wish I knew before seeing Las Bolas de Fuego. It's not just wild fire flinging, it's a living legend. Forget boring parades. This festival is pure adrenaline. Every August 31st, Nejapa transforms into a fiery battleground. Young men split into teams, soak rags in kerosene, wrap them into balls and set them ablaze. Then the fire flinging begins. Sounds mad, right? But it's rooted in history. In 1658, a volcanic eruption forced locals to flee, and the flaming balls represent molten rocks. There's also a legend of San Geronimo battling the devil with fireballs. Faith and folklore all in one. Don't worry, safety's strict. Gloves, masks, wet clothing and emergency crews on standby. Beyond the flames, you'll find Salvadoran food, crafts and stories at the local museum. Las Bolas de Fuego isn't just fire, it's resilience, faith and pure spectacle. Like, comment and subscribe. I know what you're thinking. Who wrestles with their toes? Well, in Derbyshire, England they do. And it's a serious sport. Every year in Fenny, Bentley, England, competitors lock toes in a bizarre battle for glory. Yes, really. The World Toe Wrestling Championship has been toe tally real since 1974, thanks to some creative pub-goers who wanted a truly British sport. Here's how it works. Contestants sit across from each other in the tweedium, lock toes, and try to pin their opponent's foot. 3 rounds, right foot, left foot, and right again if needed. Referees even check for warts and infections before every match. The command to start, toes away. Legends like Alan Nasty Nash, 14-time champ, take this title seriously, with stories of broken toes and even toenail removal for better grip. Want to witness the madness? The next event is August 30th, 2025 at the Bentley Brook Inn. Toe wrestling, bizarre, competitive and, you guessed it, wildly entertaining. Like, comment and subscribe for more bizarre sports and fun facts. What happens when you mix scuba diving, sea creatures and rock and roll? Only one place pulls it off every year, deep beneath the waves at Loo Key Reef. Picture this, divers in wild costumes, mermaids, sharks and more, descend through crystal blue water, playing sea-themed instruments like the trombonefish and mandolin. Songs like Yellow Submarine float through the waves, thanks to underwater speakers hanging from boats above. It's surreal, hilarious and totally unique, but it's not just for fun. The Underwater Music Festival started over 35 years ago to raise awareness about protecting the coral reefs around Loo Key. Between the music, you'll catch reef-safe tips and conservation messages to help keep this natural wonder thriving. Want to join? Mark your calendar July 11th, 12, 2025. Whether you're a diver, snorkeler or just an ocean fan, this is one festival you'll never forget. Like, comment and subscribe for more quirky stories. If you think winter's just cold and grey, think again. In Hungary, it's an excuse to throw the craziest masked party you've ever seen. Let's dive into Busoyaras. Every February, the town of Mohacs transforms into a riot of masks, music and mayhem. Meet the Busos, menacing figures in hand-carved wooden masks, shaggy sheepskin coats and straw-stuffed trousers. They storm the streets, making noise with cowbells and clackers, tossing flour and confetti and causing mischief wherever they go. The highlight? A dramatic arrival by rowboat. Across the icy Danube, then wild parades, folk dancing and endless Hungarian treats like langos and fank. It all ends with burning a coffin representing winter. Goodbye cold, hello spring. Busoyaras isn't just a party, it's a wild mix of pagan rituals, epic legends and pure primal fun. Would you dare to join the chaos? Like, comment and subscribe for more amazing stories.
Ever wondered what makes a cove of curious minds tick? Dive in and find out. Thanks for watching our monthly recap here at Curious Cove. We're just starting out, and we can't wait to refine and grow with your help. Whether you're into beauty products, car history, World War facts, travel destinations, animal trivia, or the latest in scientific breakthroughs, we've got something for you. But here's the catch. We need you to steer this ship. Comment below and tell us what you want to see more of. Got a burning question or a wild idea? Let us know. We're here to dish it all out, and we thrive on feedback, the good and the bad, so don't be shy. If you enjoyed the content and stuck around this long, give us a like and subscribe. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, this cove will only get more curious. See you next month.